Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome. Internet is acting up today. Lovely, lovely. Okay, just getting this all set up. How's everybody this morning? Is everybody ready for this morning? Come on in, have a seat, get comfy. Things are about to go down this morning. Welcome, everybody coming in. Please smash that like on your way in. Let everybody know that we are live and we are waiting. It should be starting in about 15 minutes. Good morning, Nana. I hope you are good this morning. Hopefully today, well, I've got my live mini reads to do tomorrow. And I believe that's going to be at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, you guys, Eastern. If you want your very own live read, come on in. Come and see us tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern. And we will be having live mini reads. A little bit of chit chat, and we'll probably chit chat a little bit about what's gone on here over the last 2 months in the Chad Daybell case. I haven't, Nana, to be honest, I haven't even been able to get to my yard yet because I've just had so much going on. I don't know how long this is going to run today. Hopefully it's just the morning because I do have a few things to do this afternoon. My mom's also leaving for a couple of weeks, so I'm just waiting for her boyfriend to get here to pick her up with her luggage and everything, and she's going to be gone for a couple of weeks, so I got to say goodbye to her and then do what I can do. I got a bunch of dirt that I've got to get leveled in the backyard to level out the backyard where the pool is going to go back up. Got a bunch of stuff on the go that's got to be done, but oh, the workers. Well, I just went outside to go next door to make sure my mom was up, and there was like 8 of them all sitting on my front porch. And it's like what? Having a coffee break, sitting all on my stairs to my front porch, and it's like, that's weird. I felt awkward, going out because they all looked at me as if I was not in the right place. So it was took me back a little bit. How was the Jeep? The Jeep's here. I haven't even had a chance to take it for another spin since I picked it up yesterday. I've just been so busy. We were here late yesterday. And then my living room, I'm OCD. Everybody that knows me knows I'm OCD. My living room, the couch is full of stuff that I had taken out of my old car. I haven't even got that into my new car yet. So it's all sitting there. It's driving me nuts. But I had a lot of cleanup to do just on my deck and in my house, get things caught up that I'd been letting slide most of the week because I've been running around all week. So I really haven't. I think by the time I hit the bed last night, it was about 10 p.m. and I was out cold as soon as I hit the bed. So I haven't even had a chance. And then this morning I got up, I got all this stuff ready here to go on this because this is going to be interesting, you guys. We're going to hear a lot of stuff that didn't come out in the trial. We're going to hear it here this morning because now the prosecution is going to be fighting for the death penalty. This is the penalty phase. The prosecution is going to get to present the mitigating factors why they think Chad should get the death penalty, and then the defense is going to be arguing their mitigating factors as to why he shouldn't get the death penalty. So a lot of things that didn't come out in the trial are probably going to come out in this section here with the mitigating factors. But yeah, the workers, they've got, it's a mess out there. I don't even, my peonies have all finally bloomed and my lilies are coming up, and it's like, I don't even want to go out there and look at them. Like I can't even enjoy them this year. As long as they don't damage my rose bushes and peony bushes and everything else that are right up against my deck. I've got, I don't know, what is it? What is that? Cedar tree bush out there. I said, can you guys dig that out while you're here? It's right up against my house, like where my stairs go down in that little corner where my balcony, well, my front deck, because it's got a skirt on it that goes all the way around. It's right in the corner there, and they said that they could damage my stairway. So I said, forget it. I'll just get my son or something to pull it out. Good morning, Vera. I won't forget you, Nana. I promise. I promise. I've been trying to get to my emails, and every time I have a chance to sit back down at the computer, something else pops off, or my phone goes off, or I got to go here, or I got to go there. It's like trying to get mom ready for her trip. I've just got 1,000,010 things, but I did not forget about you, Nana. I've got it written down here. I got a big note stuck to my monitor that I've got to get to your email. So I am sorry it's taking me so long, Nana, but it's just been crazy. My life this week has just been crazy. And then sitting down, bringing this. Thank God for you mods, because I wouldn't have been able to do it because I had to go out. I had to go to the bank. I had to go insurance. I had to go pick up my new car. There was a lot of moving parts, and there still is. It's settling down. By the end of the weekend, I should be able to sit down and start resting. And then I got my live tomorrow with all the mini reads for you guys. So if you do want a live read, come on in and see us tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern in the afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll be doing the mini reads. Oh, and at some point I got to go out and get coffee and milk because I've got no more coffee. So yeah, I haven't even been able to enjoy my new vehicle. Like, I haven't even gone for a ride in it since I picked it up. I ran yesterday, quickly picked it up, put it in the driveway, and then got back online here with you guys. So it's been a week, you guys. Vera says, I love peonies. Yeah, mine, they're just opening and they're huge. I've got like probably about 50 of them on that bush that are opening up. And I can't even really enjoy them because my yard, like, just feet from it's all dug up. Hello, Diana. Welcome. So they're going to be starting, well, they're supposed to start in 5 minutes, but let's give them 10, 15. Today, it's going to be interesting, you guys. I can't wait to hear if we're going to hear a lot more information that didn't come out during the trial. They haven't brought up the feed yet, you guys. So as soon as they do bring it up, I will be putting it up. Okay, so let's put the poll up now. Start a poll. Oops. I can't spell this morning. Okay, the poll is up. And the poll is, what do you think the jury will decide as punishment? The death penalty or life sentences, multiple life sentences? We got one already. One for life sentences. I think they're going to give them the death penalty. That's my prediction, is the death penalty. So 5 votes were still 50-50. 6 votes were 50-50. 50-50 on 50% for the death penalty, 50% life sentences. We got 6 votes so far. So if you haven't smashed that like button, you guys, please exit the live chat. Go smash that like button. Come on back into live chat. When you do, make sure you have the live chat selected at the top of your chat box so you don't miss anything. You can have top chat or live chat. Make sure you have live chat selected so you don't miss anything in the chat. So far, death penalty's winning with 60%. 61% because I choose death penalty too. And I think it's fitting for what he did to these kids. If I was a juror and I was sitting in there, okay, what's going on in my mind is dismembering Tylee and burning her body. Do we know if JJ was already gone when they put that plastic bag over his head, or did they make him fight for air? Because don't forget, there was injuries on him that showed they tied him down, they held him down. So did they hold him down and watch him fight for his? And then you got Tammy, right? What did they do to her? What did they do to her? And I would have this all in my mind as I'm thinking, does he deserve a life sentence or the death penalty? Then let's think about Charles. I know he's not charged with Charles, but I'm sure he had his hand in that one too. Charles went there to pick up his son to take him to school, and he wound up dead, shot. And then Chad made the comment, well, how could he change the life? I wonder if he changed the life. He must have changed the life. Or how could he have changed the life insurance policy with 2 bullets in them? You know what I mean? When they were talking about when Lori was upset because Kay Woodcock was getting, let me just refresh this so we can get it up on screen, you guys. That he had changed his life insurance to Kay, right? There we go. We're waiting for them to come in. All these things would be on my mind. Dismembering Tylee. Did they watch JJ after they put that bag over his head and taped it up, taped his mouth and his nose? Did they watch him fight for his last breath? You know what I mean? No, I say death penalty. Hello, Roma, and welcome back this morning. Roma says, hello, fabulous beings, blessings for each one of you from New Zealand. Oh, I'd love to get to New Zealand. And hugs to dear host. Thanks for sharing. You're very welcome, my dear. Thank you for being here again with us today. Hello, Summer. Good morning. Woke up with a fever of 102. My little one is feeling, oh my gosh. Prayers for feeling better really soon, Summer Dawn. Keep an eye on that. 102, that's high for an adult. Good morning, Kay Bell. Always a pleasure to see you, my dear. Yes, we hope she feels better. They need to exhume the body of neighbor as well and test to see if he was given the same thing as Tammy and probably Alex. Yeah, I think they did away with Alex also, you guys. I really think they did. Looby Loo, hello and good morning. Hopefully it breaks this morning, Summer Dawn. At night it's always worse, so let's hope that your fever breaks. So for those who have just coming in, we are having the penalty phase this morning. The prosecution is going to be fighting for the death penalty and giving their reasons, the mitigating factors as to why they feel that Chad should be getting the death penalty. And the defense will be fighting for life sentences. I think John Pryor is going to be cocky enough to fight for concurrent life sentences. which means they're served at the same time instead of concurrent, which would be, or consecutive, which would be one after another. So once he's done one life sentence, the next life sentence would start, right? He's going to fight for concurrent life sentences. The prosecution is going to be fighting for the death penalty. So it's all going to depend on the mitigating circumstances. And I can almost guarantee you what I just said about what would be in the back of my mind, what they did to Tylee with the dismemberment, with the burning of her body and then burying her with animals. The way that, they tape JJ's nose and mouth. To me, that's to stop breathing. Did they watch him fight for his last breath? How evil. Evil enough that you take the life of a child, but to watch them fight for their last breath? That's in my mind. What they did to Tammy, we don't know. But in the back of my mind is Garth saying, I got home from work, which was around 1:30 in the morning, and I found my mom on the ground, frozen. My dad was nowhere around, but Alex's car was parked just down the road. Chad probably drove Alex back to his car to take off after they got rid of Tammy, came back, and then him and Garth comprised a plan. You know what I mean? And didn't call 911 for 5.5 to 6 hours. The jury's going to decide. Those are the mitigating factors that are in my mind. What they did to Tylee. They couldn't even leave her body whole so she could have a proper burial with all of her remains. There's still remains of Tylee's that have not been found. Dismembering her, burning her, and then throwing her away like yesterday's trash. Covering JJ's nose and mouth so he couldn't breathe. Did they watch him fight for his last breath? And then they buried him with rocks and wood and everything and dirt on top of him and wrapped him in garbage bags like yesterday's trash. What they did to Tammy, what they did to Charles. This is all on my mind if I was a juror. I know he's not charged with Charles, but he should have. He should have been. Yeah, we needed this judge for Barry Morphew, absolutely. Oh, Roma, prayers are with you, the same as Nana. For anybody suffering and going through stuff, know that we are praying for you and our prayers and thoughts are with you guys. Surgery in 2 weeks, Roma, you're going to be fine. I forget who it was that I said that to. I think it was Rose. Really life-threatening things that she was facing. And I will not say nothing about health unless it's something good. And I told Rose, I said, Rose, don't worry. It was right here in live chat. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. But there's so many things that can go wrong, they said. I said, don't worry. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Sure enough, she says, Willow, I'm fine. And I'm feeling the same for you, Roma. You're going to be fine. They're going to get rid of it, and you are going to have a full recovery. My whole body is shivering as I say that, so that's how I know. Your loved ones know. Spirit world knows. You're going to be fine. And yes, the jury is going to decide between the death penalty and life sentences. Oh, the baby. Yes, the baby. The baby was fighting for its life, her grandbaby. And I said, the baby's going to be fine, going to make a full recovery. And within, what was it, Summer? I don't, you guys know my memory. Within days or a week, the baby was fine and going home. And the baby was fighting for its life. Whose was that? Was it Rose's? Oh my gosh, that's horrible of me. Oh my God, I don't remember who it was. Yeah, less than a week, the baby was fine. So, and I'm getting the same feelings for you, Roma. You're going to be fine. They're going to get it all, and you are going to make a full recovery. I feel it. And I've got full body shivers. That's how I know the spirit world is telling me I'm correct. And I'm still getting them. Huh. Yeah, not just life, natural life. Yes, the life sentence in the US is a life sentence. No possibility of parole is the rest of your natural life. And he's going to have multiple. If they come back and give him life, it's going to be multiple life sentences. Chad is what, 50? 25 life sentence is, well, here in Canada, a life sentence is 20 years. I think in the States, a life sentence is 25 if you're eligible for parole. That would bring him to 75. And if he has multiple, so another 25 would bring him to 100 years old. He's never getting out. You're going to be fine, Roma. Trust me. You're going to be fine. They're going to get it all, and you're going to be fine. Doesn't matter that you're older. To me, from what I'm getting and feeling, and I get it from spirit. I'm getting it. My ancestors are telling me you're going to be fine. They're going to get it all, and you're going to be fine. You're going to have, it's not as easy as a recovery, like healing up from the surgery, as it is when we're younger. But I'm telling you, you're going to be fine. They're going to get it all, and you're going to be fine. That's what I'm being shown by my ancestors, that you're dancing. So it's like you're going to be fine. When I see dancing and everything, that's happy, that's fine, that's healthy. And yes, keep thinking positive. Believe me, trust me. Like I said, they didn't think the baby was going to make it. It was a newborn, born with a lot of problems. Yeah, I can't remember whose grandbaby it was, born way, way, way premature. And they said, they didn't think he was going to make it. And I said, no, he's going to make it. He's going to pull through. And against all odds, he pulled through and went home like a week later. Went from being on your deathbed to going home in a week. So when I get that feeling, I know. You'll see. You can come back in time. When are you going for your surgery, Roma? 2 weeks? Come back after your surgery and let me know. Yeah. Well, he's going to get sentenced. It's just which sentence is it going to be? Is it going to be the death penalty or is it going to be life in prison? Multiple life in prison sentences. Either way, he's going to die in jail. He's never getting out. I guarantee you, John Pryor has already drafted up the appeal. I wonder what he's going to do because I don't think, no problem, anytime, Roma. You'll see. Wouldn't lie to you. I wouldn't say nothing on health unless it was positive. Um, I'm not gonna lie. There's sometimes people have said like, "Well, I want to know, like, am I going to be okay?" And I just say, you know what? I'm not answering health questions because what I'm being shown isn't the best. So when I asked my ancestors, and when I get a positive like that, I let you know you're going to be fine, hon. Oh, very high. Nana says very high possibility of jailhouse justice. Absolutely. Summer Dawn's telling you, Roma, right there, 100%. 100%. Well, yeah, late again. Are we surprised? Are we really surprised? But when it does start up, it's going to be shown right there, you guys. Let me just check over here for a minute. Yep, we're still waiting for it to start. When it starts, you will see it right here. Tommy Summer Dawn says he's always consistent being 20 minutes late. I brief this ancestor. I brief what? I think you're meaning to say I believe this ancestor. It's multiple. I have multiple ancestors that give me answers to questions I ask them. And one of them is my husband that's deceased. So he never lied to me in the physical world. He ain't gonna lie to me from the other side either. And the thing is with our loved ones, when they pass away, and if you can connect with them, and there's multiple ways of connecting with them, they don't have it in them to lie. Like I've done, and Summer Dawn can vouch, I think, for this too. There's been a lot of times people have come in on a Saturday or Sunday whenever I have my mini reads. I'm going to be having them tomorrow. And have gotten a mini read and said, it's not making sense for me. I says, tell me that next week. And they've come back the following week and said, oh my God, well, everything that came out in my read came to light. So even though it's not happening right this minute, it doesn't mean it's not coming. And it's usually within a week or so that it comes. And that's your loved ones giving the information to my ancestors. I don't have to connect with your ancestors or your loved ones. I let my ancestors do that, and I let my loved ones on the other side do that. And then they show me things that have happened in the physical world with me or them that I know of. They show me that, and that's what gives me my answer. They're the ones that communicate with your loved ones. My ancestors are there because they don't want to see me go wrong. You know what I mean? They don't want to see me do poorly. They're there to make sure I excel, and they give me the information. They get the information from your loved ones on the other side. So even though something comes out in your reading, it's not happening right today, it's coming. And it's your ancestors and your loved ones warning you of what is coming. Or if if it's something that's going on, they're letting you know what's going on behind the scenes. Don't forget, they see everything from the other side. You're sitting at a table having coffee with everybody. You get up and leave. You don't know what's being said about you at that table once you leave. But your loved ones on the other side see it, hear it, and they convey it to you if it's something that you need to know, that they need to protect you. Victim impact statements, it's going to be before the sentence it comes down. So the prosecution is going to give their mitigating factors for the death penalty. The defense will give their mitigating factors for life sentence. And before sentencing, like the jury will deliberate on which one. And before he's sentenced, the victims will have their say. Yeah, a whole video on it somewhere. You'll find it under the video tab. Anything from 2 years ago or longer is under the video tab. Anything within I'd say the last 2 years, you're going to find everything, all the reads, all the lives, everything under the live tab. So even though I do reads, I'm not doing, some of them aren't done live. I record them using StreamYard. And when you record them using StreamYard, they automatically, as soon as you end your stream, they automatically post on YouTube. So you don't got to go through all the uploading and everything. But the downfall of that is you won't find any of those under the video tab. You find them all under the live tab. So a lot of people say, oh my gosh, you did an updated read on so-and-so. I missed it. You were live. No, I wasn't live. It's just that's how it's uploaded from StreamYard to YouTube because I used a streaming device to record the read. So it just happens that all my reads, everything go over under the live tab because of using StreamYards. It's a pain, but it is what it is, right? Need to find So we are still waiting, you guys. The poll is up. If you haven't voted, please go and vote on our poll. It should be starting anytime. I'm sure. Oh, while we're waiting, you guys want to see? Look at this. I still have it up, so as soon as it starts, I will bring it up. Let's bring these up. Look at this, you guys. This is Chad as soon as the verdict was read. Look at how he's all slouched down. He used to sit up straight with his chin up, like as if he was looking down on everybody, right? He's not looking so much like that now, is he? He's waiting for the verdict. He gets the verdict, and look at the face. Look at the face. He knows he's done for. Whoops. Damn it. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to stop sharing this. I shared it wrong. Present. Share screen. Entire screen. Here we go. Share. Okay, so let's see if you can see it now. So he's hearing the verdict, right? Look at the face. Look at the face. Look at that. And you see how he's slouched over now? He used to sit up straight. Look at this. It's John Pryor. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're going to file an appeal. Like, slouched over. His tie is usually sitting nice and straight, hanging down because he's got his back straight and his shoulders up and his chin up, looking down on everybody. Well, he ain't looking so, happy now, is he? He ain't looking so confident and smug now, is he? Where's that smile on your face? Where's that smile on your face? Where'd the smile go? Where's that smirk that all through the trial? Morning, Crazy Graham. Like, he doesn't believe that he's been found guilty. Okay, so let's get the court back up, and let me just make sure that let me just refresh it before I put it back up. They must be having some kind of meeting. Okay, got audio shared. They must be having some kind of meeting, trying to work something out. I don't know. They're having some kind of powwow, I can guarantee you. We will go full screen with this once it starts, you guys. Court late again. Believe, yes. Well, I'm glad, Roma. Summer says, I will stand on this. Every read she's done for me has been on point. Well, thank you, Summer. Yeah, the victims will talk before the sentence is handed down. Yeah, I don't think it will be that long today. It was funny because John Pryor in his closing said, I'm not going to go for 2 hours, because when the prosecution did their closing arguments, they went like 2 hours and 5 minutes. John Pryor went over that. I'm not going to take up so much of your time with my closing as the prosecution took 2 hours. I'm going to be very brief, maybe 15, 20 minutes, half an hour at the most. He went longer than the prosecution. Like, he's so smug, the two of them. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if John Pryor and Chad Daybell were related. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep. Slouching over now. I think I mentioned a couple of times, like, look at him. He's sitting there with his chin up in the air, like looking down on all the peasants. You know what I mean? It was disgusting. Yes, good morning, Grace Graham. Absolutely, Roma. So we are waiting for court to start. As soon as court starts, I will go full screen. I'm anxious, and I'm getting like more anxious. It's like, what are they discussing? And I'm sure that, good morning, Shy, Juror 11 in the house. I'm sure that the defense is trying to get the judge to stop a lot of things from coming in of the mitigating factors. Like, he's going to try and cut down the prosecution's mitigating factors, so try and get the jury to have some kind of sympathy and not give him the death penalty. But mitigating factors are mitigating factors. And that's what I think they're probably taking so much time this morning, is they want to try and get rid of a lot of the prosecution's mitigating factors that they're going to use for those coming in. The mitigating factors being, in my mind, this is what I think the prosecution's going to drive home. Tylee, 16 years old, dismembered, burned and buried. All of her remains have still to this day not been found on a property that John Pryor now owns. JJ, again, his life taken by these evil people. Duct tape over his nose, his mouth, his feet bound, his arms, his hands bound. Did they sit there and watch him fight for his last breath with a bag over his head? Or did they put the bag over his head because they had duct tape across his nose and his mouth? Did they put the white bag over his head so they didn't watch him fight for his last breath? But they held him down while he fought for his last breath. Tammy, the thing that I would hit home is what Garth's friend said. Garth told me he got home from work and found his mother on the ground, frozen, deceased. When he got home from work, which would be 1:30 in the morning, but then they waited 5.5 to 6 hours to call 911. When he got there and he said he found his mother on the ground and frozen, I'm assuming that's outside because the house was heated. Chad was nowhere around. Was Chad driving Alex back to his car that was parked a mile and 1.4 miles down the road at the church? Alex's vehicle was in the area of Chad Daybell's the night that Tammy life was taken. When Garth got home, found his mother on the ground, frozen, and his dad nowhere around, then Garth was part of the cover-up on this. And that's why I think they called the grand jury on in to get Garth indicted. And I think they may get it. So these are all the mitigating factors that are going to be going on in my head. People were looking, begging, crying for help to find these children, and they knew where they were. They knew they were deceased, and they knew the horrible, horrible mutilation of Tylee, the horrible fighting for the life, for your last breath with JJ. And whatever they did to Tammy, we still don't know. Mitigating factors. And I could see how the defense would want to keep some of that out. But let's see what happens. We're only going to know once they start. Mitigating factors for the defense, they're going to say, he was led by Lori. This was all Lori and Alex doing. Chad never harmed nobody before he got with Lori. Well, wait a minute. Alex never harmed anybody either before becoming your best friend, Chad. Alex believed every word you told him. Alex never hurt anybody before meeting you, Chad. They're calling Alex the hitman, Lori's protector. Well, if he's been protecting Lori all these 40 something years, he never took somebody's life, Chad, until you came into the picture. And then Charles died, the kids died, Tammy died, and then the one who knew about it all, Alex, then Alex died. Pulmonary edema, the same way that Tammy was apparently died. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. Papa Bear just came to pick up Mama Bear, and I don't know how they're going to get the luggage all in the car. I don't know. Because the street's all ripped up. Everything's ripped up again. Anyway. Okay, where did I leave off? Yes, please smash that like button. Thank you, Nana. Rose says, so sad, really, really heart hurts, feels if they didn't want children to take care of. But they wanted the money. They couldn't just give the kids up or give them away. They wanted the money. They wanted the money. And Lori wanted to continue collecting the Social Security for JJ and Tylee without having to have them around to take care of. And if Kay hadn't called for a welfare check, she would have continued to get this money for Tylee and JJ for forever. That's why she kept moving, so nobody knew, right? You had 2 kids here. She has to move now because now she doesn't have 2 kids, right? So she has to get the hell out of there and she has to move because the neighbors are going to start wondering, where's kids? Where's kids, right? That's why they told all of Chad's family she had no kids. She had a daughter that died. Well, how did you know that Tylee was died? Because Tylee was the only daughter you had, Lori. And you said your daughter died. And if you didn't do it, your daughter was found on Chad's property and you knew she was dead. There you go. And Chad said the same thing. Her daughter died. So you knew that she was dead on your property, Chad. His porta potty? I mean, portal? Porta potty? Well, they're each going to have a little porta potty, right? A little steel potty bolted to the wall. They can both use it and never come back. Yeah. Hello, Liz, saying good morning. Yes, he deserves what he's going to get. Hi, Vera Ray. We are waiting for them to start. This is the penalty phase. The prosecution and defense are going to be presenting their mitigating factors. The prosecution is going to be giving their mitigating factors on why Chad should get the death penalty. Defense is going to give their mitigating factors as to why he shouldn't. And if you want to hear my thoughts on that and what the prosecution is going to come out with mitigating factors, I gave my thoughts on that. Just scroll back a little bit and you'll see what to me, what would be in my mind, what I believe Lindsay Blake is going to hit home on. The way Tylee was dismembered, burnt, and disposed of, a lot of her remains still not found. JJ, the duct tape over his nose, his mouth, and then a bag over his head, fighting for his last breath as they held him down. And then what happened to Tammy? Garth says he got home and found her on the ground, frozen. Chad nowhere around. Was Chad driving Alex back to his vehicle after they took Tammy's life? And then Garth and Chad despised the plan and waited 6 hours to call law enforcement, 5-6 hours. Those are going to be mitigating factors, you guys. And I do hope that a grand jury is reconvened again since Garth has testified. And I hope he gets charged with conspiracy after the fact. He knows what happened to his mother and he knows who did it. And I think Emma does too. He'll be on death row. He'll be in a section of the jail for people awaiting the death penalty. I know, at least here in Canada, maybe Summer Dawn can explain more of this, how it works in the US. I'm in Canada. In Canada, if you're on death row, it's a totally different section of the jail, of the prison. It's not a jail, it's a prison. It's a federal prison you go to, and there's a certain section, wing, pod, whatever it's called differently in different places. But it's a different wing of the prison that is for death row inmates. And if you're on death row, you don't get half the benefits of what the other population of the jail gets. Okay, there's Summer. Summer says, yes, they're separated from general pop. So they don't go into protective custody or anything like that. They go to death row, which would be a section. It would be the same as here in Canada. It's a section or a pod or whatever you guys call it in the US. Here, it's a section of the prison that is set aside for death row inmates. We don't have the death penalty here in Canada, so it was abolished many, many years ago. But people that are serving life sentences, they have a specific area of the prison that lifers go to. Yeah, it's really isolated. Hang on a sec, you guys. I'm gonna say bye to my mom. Hang on. Okay, sorry guys, I had to go and say bye to them and make sure they call me when they get there, so I know they arrived. Justice Merrick says if he gets life, he will be in general population. Death row is protected. Yeah, it's similar to solitary confinement. They don't get all the benefits that the rest of the population of the prison would get. Nana says here, death row inmates spend 23 hours in their cell, 1 hour for exercise, all by themselves. Yeah, that's what it's like here in Canada too. They're classified for their crimes, affiliations, if any, and prison behavior. Yeah, they do that here, but death row is death row. It doesn't matter if you're in a gang, it doesn't matter what your affiliations or prison behavior is. Death row is death row. It's one of the worst places you could get. It's like, if you go back to like the 1960s and 70s where it was just a cement archway with with a hole in the floor. That's all you got. You didn't get no blankets, nothing. It's the same as you would get in solitary confinement. You get nothing. Nothing. Summer Dawn. Vera Ray says, Summer Dawn, well, maybe he will turn dark. I'm in a mood today. Not that this verdict will change my life or anything. I think he's going to be on suicide watch. If he gets the death penalty, they're going to have him on suicide watch. Oh, yeah, general population, yeah. They have to go through a process where they get classified. They call it classification. And then they put you in the different, whatever section your classification report states. Like they ask all kinds of questions. Are you part of a gang? Or are you racist? Are you this? Are you that? Or, have you been charged with a crime against children or women? Or they ask all kinds of questions and then they classify you, and that is what determines where you go. Even in general population, they have like where all the pedophiles go. They have a specific wing just for pedophiles, so they can keep all the pedophiles together. Because if they get into general pop, they ain't gonna last very long. I know that's how they do it here in Canada. They actually have a specific jail in Bath, Ontario, and they have another one that was opened not long ago, just strictly for sex-related crimes on children and women. 2 federal facilities that are just for those kind of crimes. One is for children, one is violent sexual crimes against women and children, adults and children. If it was violent and the person's life was taken and all that, you will go to one institution. If you were just caught with this is hard to talk about on here because I got to watch what I say. YouTube is very particular. There's another federal prison we have here where the person is still alive, but they went through some kind of crime that involves that. They're in another prison. They're trying to keep inmates very much separated because there's a lot of crap that goes down. I know the US too, there's a lot of crap that goes down in the prisons. And they're making it harder and harder. A lot of people talk about jailhouse justice. They're making it so hard now here in Canada to get to those inmates that it's almost near impossible now. So petty crimes and stuff like that, where, it wasn't violent crimes, but it's enough that you've got like a 10-year or 15-year sentence. You're in general pop. You could be in general pop with violent criminals. But it all depends on your classification of where you go, except for the sex-related crimes. Those are very specific here as to where you go. You could be arrested, charged, and found guilty of a crime against a child here in Ontario, and you could be sent out to a federal prison in Saskatchewan. You could get arrested in Saskatchewan and found guilty in a court in Saskatchewan of a crime against a child and be sent to Quebec. It all depends on where they feel that they're going to be able to keep you the safest. Yeah, because there's so many appeals that can be done on your sentence, especially on a death penalty case. There's so many appeals that happen. And it could take, if he gets the death sentence today, if they say he's going to get the death sentence, the death penalty, it could be 15 years before he actually gets it because of all the appeal processes that he can go through at different levels of court and government. I got you, Summer. It's in a lot of ways our systems are the same, a lot of similarities, but I wish Canada would adopt more US ways when dealing with criminals. Here, you could pretty much damn near almost kill somebody and get out on bail. You know what I mean? It's horrible here. The slaps on the wrist you get for certain crimes that the person should never have been let out to begin with, and then they go on to cause more harm, bodily harm, severe bodily harm, or even death of someone else. There's my sister. Good morning, sister. Okay, let me see if I can find out what the heck is going on here. Because the judge did say that they were going to start at 8:30 their time, which was 10:30 my time. It's now 11:15. Hang on, let me see if I can find out what's going on here. Uh-oh. Okay, so here's what's going on. The death penalty phase is expected to start today after Chad was found guilty on all counts. Colby Ryan, which is Lori Vallow's oldest son, just walked into the courthouse. That was an hour ago. So at 10:15, he walked into the courtroom. Brandon Bordeaux is also there. It's set to begin at 8:30. We know that hasn't happened yet. Still outside the courtroom, thinking there may be a late start. This reporter is saying, hearing there are technical difficulties keeping them from letting us into the courtroom. The victims also have not been let in yet. 12 minutes ago, the lights keep flickering in the hallway, and we haven't gotten any word as to what the holdup is. So that's what's going on, you guys. No indication yet what the holdup is. And that was just like 13 minutes ago. The lights are flickering in the hallway, and they have no idea what the holdup is yet. They haven't told any of the reporters or the victims. But both Brandon Bordeaux and Colby Ryan, Colby is Lori's son, and Brandon Bordeaux is Melanie, her niece, Lori's niece Melanie's husband, the one that somebody took a shot at him and shot out his windows in his car, tried to take his life. Yeah, kind of creepy. It's the portal. It's the portal. Yeah, it's strange. It's kind of creepy and it's strange. But that is what is going on right now, you guys. That's weird. Very weird. So I will keep watching this, you guys, to see what the hell is going on. Okay, let me refresh this and see if there's any updates. Nothing, you guys. No updates yet. What is said is Colby Ryan, which is Lori's son, walked into the courtroom about 10:15. Brandon Boudreau, he walked in about 10:30. So they're both there. Everybody, all the witnesses, all the victims, everything are waiting out in the hallway. The lights keep flickering in the hallway, and we haven't gotten any word as to what the holdup is. That's the last information that I just got. They said it was supposed to start at 8:30 a.m. Idaho time, which is 10:30 my time. It's now 11:15. It still hasn't started. The reporter heard that there were technical difficulties keeping them from letting them into the courtroom. The victims also have not been let in yet. So the victims and reporters and anybody else that's there to see is not in yet. Like what? I don't know. There's something going on, you guys. Did they try and pull something? Somebody tried to pull something in the courtroom. Shadow of Lotus. Long time no see. Nice to see you. Sorry for missing you coming in. I've been trying to find out here what is going on. But there's something going on. Technical difficulties. Yeah. What? Did Chad do something to himself? Did he take himself out? I don't know why that came to my mind. Maybe the spirits got Chad. I don't know why that popped in. I don't know if that's something the ancestors are giving me, but um, I'm feeling like it's something to do with Chad. Let's refresh this. Let's see. Come on, give us some info. I guess the reporters can't give us info if they don't have it either, right? Let's see what else is here. Or I just tweeted. Um, some of these tweets, you guys. Summer Dawn says, "Well, you know how I feel about your Freudian slips. Usually spot on." The Shadow of Lotus says, great to be here. Thank you, Willie. You're doing a great job. Maybe Chad escaped through a portal. Well, thank you, Shadow of Lotus. I think he's done something to himself or tried to. But you should see some of the people, what they're saying. Maybe they're saving time and gone straight to electrocution, one tweeter said. Somebody else said, maybe just portal stuff. Another one saying, is the flickering of lights because Chad's trying to escape through his portal? Lori's trying to portal in. Somebody says it's Alex Cox texting in from the other side of the veil. People are saying that's the portal trying to open up and beam him up. People are saying it's all the raccoons. They've come to seek revenge. Some of these tweets are crazy, you guys. Some of these tweets are crazy. And I don't care what's his face says. I still call it Twitter. Okay, news just in. Court will begin at 10 a.m., which is noon. Something happened. For them to be able to say they can start now, but they're still giving it another half hour, well, 35 minutes, something happened. Something happened. Something happened, y'all. Raccoons, mountain lions, and eggs, poor animals. Don't forget the chipmunks with Barry Morphew, the chipmunks. Don't forget the poor chipmunks. Poor animals are getting everything, right? That's we're not doing that right now. Thank you for church. What did it say? I don't have time for a survey. Says, thank you for choosing Chev Cadillac Buick GMC Limited. Could you take 30 seconds to leave us a review? Not right now. Not right now. I'm busy. Busy trying to figure out this portal potty. Go pandas. Yes, but don't forget the chipmunks. Chipmunks' life matter too. Okay, so let me put this. Okay, I'm gonna put that up so people know coming in. This is crazy. So let's go back to the poll. If you haven't taken the poll yet, please smash that like button, you guys. The poll is: what do you think the jury will decide as punishment? Death penalty or life sentences? Multiple life sentences. 28% think multiple life sentences. 73% think the death penalty. So if you haven't voted yet, the poll is up at the top of your chat screen. Take the poll. But right now, 73% think he's going to get the death penalty. 28% think multiple life sentences. I mean, I could have slept in. I could have slept in. Okay, let's see if I can get some more information on what has transpired. Okay, let's see. Let's refresh. Tylee would have been 22. Wow. Little JJ would have been 12, 13. Hang on a sec here. Okay. Let's do this while we're waiting. Okay, I'm going to do this while we're waiting. I think it'd be interesting to do. Um, okay, I'm not going to get it there. Hang on a sec, you guys. Uh, okay. Let's put this over here while we're waiting. Okay. Back here. Stop sharing because I want to show you guys this. We're going to look at this. Let me get this banner off. Let's go full screen. Let's take a look into Chad Daybell's house, which John Pryor now owns. This is the front of the house. Okay, wait. I'm going to stop sharing here. Hang on. Present, share screen, entire screen, so you guys can see my pointer. Whoops. Okay. Look at this. This is, I'm going to go full screen. So this is the front of the house. This is the red barn. So it was over here that Tylee, where the fire pit is, it's over here. This is where I think they dismembered her. Remember I said that way back? Way back. I think she was dismembered in this barn. That's where they found all the tools. Like, this house looks really dated. Like, this is a bathroom. It looks really dated. These are real estate photos. This is the master bedroom. So this is the bedroom. We seen a picture where there was stuff on the floor here. The door is like right over here. And there was stuff all on the floor here. And so I'm assuming that's where they said she was hanging off the bed. But that's the master bedroom. Here's the kitchen. Very dated. Very dated. Like, look at the old cupboards. Very dated. Like, look at this tiny little one here. Bread box sort of like thing. This is part of the living room. Like, very dated and old. This is another part, I guess, of the living room. This looks like one of the other bedrooms, and this is on the ground floor. Like, very dated. This is that bedroom again. This would be the bedroom across from Chad and Tammy's bedroom. Like, don't forget, these are real estate pictures, so these are before Chad bought the house. So this would have been the bedroom that Garth was staying in, across from Chad and Tammy's bedroom. This is the master bedroom. Very tiny. And this is the bedroom across the hall from that. So that's how we know, like, Garth said he slept in this room. There's only 2 bedrooms on the main floor, so or maybe 3, I don't know. Because this one looks like it's a different one, so maybe 3 bedrooms. But this is another one of the bedrooms. 4? We'll have to check it, because this looks like another bedroom, unless this is, because this looks on the main floor too. So does this. So does this. Oh, unless this is the same bedroom. Okay, so maybe it's a 3 bedroom. This looks like another bedroom. So this is the door that goes out to that addition, to that where there's an upstairs, downstairs. We'll see it. So just remember this door off the kitchen. I'll show you where it goes. So there's the kitchen again. Like I said, very dated. There's a downstairs little bathroom. Here's the garage. So here's that breezeway. So this is where you come from the kitchen. Or the kitchen door is here. You'd come through here and maybe go out the back door if there's a back door there. But I believe this is coming from the kitchen, and there's a door over here somewhere. This is that loft where Chad tried to say there was no beds or anything up there. There are beds up there. Now this is real estate, but we did hear Chad say you can get rid of the mattresses from the mattress from upstairs. Well, this is the only upstairs part of the house, and it looks like it's fairly big, because there's 2 beds here and there's another bed here. And look at, if you look out this window here, you can see that red barn. See, that's that window right here. This window is right here. That's the window. There's a bed there. You can see out into the backyard. This is the kitchen. So that's that door. That's our breezeway. And then there's a door at the end where you can go outside. These are bedrooms, and there's another bedroom in the front. This is that little bathroom. This is the full bathroom. This is that little 2-piece bathroom. I think it was over in this area where, I don't know. This is all part of his property here. Is this the tree where near the pond where JJ was buried? But this is the house. There's the upstairs that John Pryor tried to say didn't exist. Because I think one of the witnesses had said, well, Chad told me he came downstairs and found Tammy. And John Pryor tried to call her a liar because there is no upstairs to this house, he says. But yes, there is. It's right here. And there are stairs going up. This is more of his property. There is the upstairs. Here's the stair area right here where this railing is. That's the stairs coming up. Here too. So this bed, well, here's that ledge right here. There's that ledge right there. So on the other side coming towards us here, towards the bottom of the screen, here's that ledge. That's what's there, is this right here. And these are the stairs coming up. This is the opening for the stairs. There's another window there that probably looks out the front of the house, because we know this part here looks out the back of the house. So here's the stairs would come up here, and you would be able to see out the back. As soon as you come up the stairs, you would see that window looking out the back with a bed there. And then this railing right here is this right here. So this bed is across from this bed over here, right here. And then this window would be facing the front of the house. There's the stairway. This is the breezeway going through. This is the back door going out. Here's the windows on the side that we seen. Where is it? Right here. So that door that we see is this door right here. Where the single bed is right below this window. The other two beds are over on this side with another window, probably exactly the same as this would be at the other end, looking out over the front. Cozy cone. Here's that breezeway with the windows. The back door going out. The garage. And everybody was trying to say the cozy thing was above the garage. No, look at, here's the chimney. Here's the clean out for the chimney. Here's the chimney right here. Look at, there's the chimneys. The garage is over here. And we can see that when you look at the front of the house, the garage is on this side. Let's go back and look. See, you're looking, the kitchen's in the back, you're looking out over the backyard. How could you not see a fire burning and everything looking out over the backyard, right? See, there's that cozy thing. There's all them windows on the side. So maybe this is the door to the garage, and you go down this little hall behind the washer and dryer here to go to this cozy thing. Bedroom, 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 living room, kitchen again, master bedroom, the main bathroom that's looking out the backyard. See, the garage is on this side. Here's the cozy thing here. There's that cozy thing right there. This photo's blurry. I don't know why it's so blurry, but there's the cozy thing right here. It's not over the garage at all. Yeah. It looks very dated. It looks very old. Remember when these fridges were popular? Huh? So we got 15, 20 minutes, you guys, before they start. This is also looking at the back of the house. Look at, you see the backyard. Tell me that, look at, there's the backyard. There's the tree by where JJ was buried. Tell me you can't see out there that there is a massive fire going. Fruitfly says, Willa, do you have a fan running? No, they're digging up my whole street. That is the construction equipment right outside my house. And they are digging up the whole street, putting in new sewer, water, gas, phone lines, cable lines. That's the noise you hear. Summer Dawn says, I hope John really thinks about what he does with this house. Look at the Watts house. Energy is real. He's going to flip it, Summer. I feel like he's going to try and get the biggest price he can because of its notoriety. He's going to, and out of that, he'll probably get double what it's worth. And he'll take out his fees that he feels Chad still owes him, and he'll give the rest to the kids. Sorry about that. Reply. I'm moving my mic more away from the window. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, they're digging up my street, and there's a big sucker truck that's sucking the dirt out of the holes that they're digging so they can start getting the backhoe down in there. They got this truck that drills these big holes in the cements and in the ground so they can get the buckets and that in, and they can see exactly where the lines are. That's what they're doing right now. They started doing that on my side of the road at the beginning of the week, and now they're on the opposite side of the road doing the same thing, and that sucker truck is right in front of my house again, but at least on the other side of the road right now. But yeah, so this is the house, you guys. So let me get rid of that. Oh, wait, I wanted to see street view. Oh, crap. Okay, let me present it again. Hang on. Here we go. Okay, so this is street view. Okay, when they were saying that cozy thing was above the garage, look at right there. You can see it right there. It's not, here's the garage. You can see the chimneys that come down beside the garage that we seen inside of the garage. This is that cozy thing right there. And there's that window that was covered with the white paper or whatever. There it is right there. The other window we seen looked out over the back. Let's see how far we can go. Let's go back this way. Let's go over here. Okay. So it's this tree that JJ was buried by, and Tylee was over here. This is the fire pit area, and that's the tree by the pond. Let's see if we can get a better. No, it's not. Where's that tree? That's not the tree. It's not in this picture. So this must be really old. You on Google Maps. I'm lost. Oh gosh, I'm lost. Never mind. Anyway. No, 19. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know how I just did that. So I'm going to get out of that because I don't know how I just, oh, okay, I still got the map here. There's a tree over here now, a big tree with a pond. This is the fire pit area here. And there was a tree right over here with a pond. A big tree like this over here. And that's where JJ was found. Absolutely, Summer. This here is where Emma lived. Emma lived right here. This is where Emma lived. Right here. And Chad lived right here. That's where they lived. I don't know who lived directly across the street from them. Is there a house there? Yeah, that looks like there's a house there, but that's not where Emma lived. Emma lived over here. This is where Emma lived, and this is where Chad lived. Okay. There. So here's Chad and Tammy's house, and here's where Emma and her husband lived. Pretty sad, eh? See, now you can see the tree right there. That's the tree. That's the big tree where JJ was buried by. Okay, so if we go here and then Google Maps, will it bring me to it? Yeah, there's the tree right there. Okay, let's see if we go over here, if it's there. No, see, it goes back way too long. That's not the tree. This is from 2009. That tree wasn't there. But if you go back this way and down here, the tree is there now. Yeah, the tree is there now. That's weird. See the latest date. So that other picture on the other street was wild. Like, it was a while. Let's go down further here and see if, yeah, there's that tree. I think. No, it's right here. Because there's the pond. There's the red barn. Here's that tree. That is huge now. Look at, there's the tree right here. Here's that pond. Yep. There's the pond. There's the tree. But this tree now is like this size almost. This is from 2009. So that tree was planted around probably 2007, 8, 9, something like that. But this is where JJ was found here, and Tylee was found back over here at the fire pit area out here somewhere. What do you mean you can't see it? Oh, crap. Hang on. Stop. Present. Share screen. Entire screen. Here we go. Share. There we go. Sorry, you guys. Here is that tree right here. This little tree, this is from 2009. So this little tree here, here's the pond right here. This little tree now is like big, like maybe not quite this big, but it's big now. There's the red barn. Let me zoom in a bit. Tylee was found over here by the fire pit. There's the red barn. There's that silo. The other white shed, the red barn. Tylee was buried out here somewhere in the pet cemetery. And JJ, here's that tree that is now huge. And here's the pond. So that's looking at it. So yeah, if you go down on the other side of the street down over here, it's like probably from 2000 because you could barely see that tree right there. So it had just been planted around probably 2008, maybe 2009, somewhere around there. See more dates. 2008. Let's see if we can see it. Yeah, here's 2008. You can barely see it again here. It's a tiny little tree. That tree is huge now. It's like big like this one. Not quite as big as this one, but it's big now. So there's that. I'm going to get out of there. Let's go back. The fun facts. It's not on the market yet. Apparently, estimated value $436,000. Right there. Okay, so this is their house right here. Estimated value $436,000. He'll probably get double that. was built in 1960, and it doesn't look like it's been updated, at least in these real estate photos. Let's see when he bought it. $1,200 is the median rent for there. That's cheap. 4 bedrooms. So 3 downstairs, 1 upstairs. May 2024, it's gone down. Look at the market. It's gone up and down, up and down, up and down. Wow. Okay. Property history. So they bought it in 2015. So they've owned it 9 years. They bought it 9 years ago. It was sold 9 years ago. You can see it right here. Sold 9 years ago in 2015. So they bought it in 2015. And they bought it. So look at November 10th, it was listed for $220,000 in 2014. November 10th, 2014, it was listed for $220,000. They dropped the price March 3rd of 2015. So 5 months later, they dropped the price to $169,900. On the 17th, the listing was removed. It was sold June of 2015 for probably around this price here. Tax history. So it's only been assessed in 2022 was the last assessment, and it was assessed to be a property value of $321,534. Property taxes are $2,325 a year. So the house itself is worth $248 plus $73 for the land, $321. These guys outside working keep flipping me out because they keep coming and sitting on my, like I got a huge, like a very wide stair coming up onto my front porch. And they're all sitting out there at the top step, like on my porch, and all the steps all the way down. They're all sitting out there having a break. It's like, whatever. So $172 a square foot. That's expensive for that house, unless there's been a lot of upgrades. Because now they're saying it's worth $436. 4 bedroom, 1.5 bath. 163,350 square feet. 163,350. 163,350 square feet. The house itself is 1,644 square feet. It's got a flood flat. This property's flood risk. It's got a flood flat. Oh my God, I can't talk. Flood factor, wildfire risk, heat factor, wind factor is minimal. Oh, flood factor minimal, fire factor minimal, heat factor moderate, wind factor minimal, air factor major, risk of poor air quality increasing in this area. So that's that, you guys. Let's get rid of that. We're still waiting. 5 more minutes. 5 minutes, you guys, and counting. Okay, let me go over and see if I got any updates over here. Any updates? No updates yet. But it's supposed to start in 5 minutes, you guys. Like, this is crazy. Like, what did Chad do? Like, I'm sorry, but I still say he did something. He did something. Snuffleupagus did something. I swear to God. I think they put something in a drink or something for him that did that. Okay, let's find out. Come on, 5 more minutes till we find out if Snuffleupagus offed himself or did something. I believe it's him that did something to prolong this. Oh, I'm not even sharing it. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so sorry. Oh, I see movement. I just seen movement. Let me make sure the volume is all the way up. I just seen it all move, so just before I put it up on screen. Let's see if we see Snuffleupagus. Come on, they can't be late starting at noon now. Like, they're already 2.5 hours late starting. If they haven't had enough time to do what they gotta do, there's a problem. Even if he gets double the money, it won't cover court costs. Don't forget, he's got cash too that Chad gave him. No, those photos, Summer Dawn, were taken well before. They only got that house in 2015. I think the latest pictures we have of it is 2009. So those were the previous tenants, owners. Okay, any minute now, you guys. They're supposed to start within the next. Well, they're supposed to start in 2 minutes from now. So let's go. Let's go. I keep popping back over here to make sure everything is still on track. Can you imagine the jurors? The jurors must be pissed. Like, they probably thought that they were going to go home after they gave their verdict yesterday. They probably thought they were going home. And I'm really worried because the prosecution's going to present their mitigating factors for the death penalty. The defense is going to give their mitigating factors to try and get out of the death penalty. There's going to be a lot of arguing back and forth going on there. They each get to present their own cases. Like I said, this is like a mini trial within the trial. And then the jury has to go and deliberate again. So if they don't get to the point today, being done with their arguments for or against, then the jury's sequestered all weekend, and they got to come back Monday and finish up and then get a verdict again. So I'm hoping there is a verdict on this quick. I'm sure the jury doesn't want to be sequestered all weekend. Yeah, that's because it was the previous owners. Those photos were from the real estate listing when Chad and Tammy bought it. So before they even moved in, that's what those pictures were from. Those were the old owners. And also we can tell by the tree, right? And that's the earliest street view that we can get is from 2009. So that makes sense because they didn't buy it until 2015. And they bought it for like $169,000, maybe even less. Okay, it is noon. Where are you? Snuffleupagus, what are you doing to prolong this? If he comes out dressed in brown, I am gonna. No, he should be in orange now. He's been found guilty. He should be in prison clothes now. He should be in the orange garb now. Well, staying true to form. It's noon. It's 10 a.m. their time. They're supposed to be back at 10 a.m. And guess what? True to form. Uh-oh. Oh my God. Okay, you guys want the latest? Do you want the latest? Here's from one of the reporters that is there on scene. It looks to me like people who are here for other reasons aren't being let into the other courtrooms either. They're still in the courtroom, they're still in the hallway waiting. Snuffleupagus did something, maybe brought out his portal. Let's see how fast that catches on, you guys. Let's see who starts. You heard it here first. I started calling him Snuffleupagus. You know Snuffleupagus from Sesame Street? Big Bird's imaginary friend, who now they have to show him because, with all these new this matters, that matters, you can't say this, you can't say that on TV and everything now. They said that they had to either make Big Bird able to see Snuffleupagus, or they had to get rid of Snuffleupagus on Sesame Street. You know why? Because crazy people were saying, you're messing with kids' heads. You can't have a character on Sesame Street that nobody can see but Big Bird, or everybody can see him but Big Bird. You're messing with kids' heads. He's an imaginary friend that only certain people can see. But, it's like, well, if Snuffleupagus is supposed to be a figment of Big Bird's imagination, how come we could see him? But anyway, so they had to make him an actual full-blown character, which he was, because we seen him. But it's supposed to be only Big Bird that could see him, but we could all see him. So they had to revamp that whole thing with Snuffleupagus on Sesame Street. Snuffleupagus is a figment of Big Bird's imagination. How come we can see him? You're messing with kids' heads. That has to change. It's like, oh my God, I grew up on Sesame Street, and it's like, oh. Yeah, I had imaginary friends too, but what they're saying is, if Snuffleupagus is only supposed to be a figment or an imaginary friend of Big Bird, how come we could see him? See, because when you're watching Sesame Street, we could see that big Snuffleupagus with the big trunk, look like a big furry elephant. They're saying that Sesame Street was messing with kids' heads. Because if he's supposed to be an imaginary friend or a figment of Big Bird's imagination, how come we can all see him? We shouldn't be able to see him. So they had to change it that he wasn't an imaginary friend. Oh, it was crazy. There was a big thing about it. Seriously, you guys, there was a big thing about it. Well, maybe he unalived himself in the back room. They would shut down the whole court for that. So maybe he did something. My comment is blowing up on TikTok. On Twitter. And of course, somebody's like a palm to the forehead, right? And it's like, relax. It was a joke, for crying out loud. A lot of people are laughing at it, but does one just put an emoji, a palm to the forehead? But there's tons that are laughing at it that took it exactly what it was, a joke, like relax. Relax. Jeez. He spontaneously combusted because of the loin fire. Uh, Ward is on her way home from work. Yes, we're supposed to be finding out today, and the jury is not going to be happy with this at all. Like, they've been waiting 2 hours. It was supposed to start 2.5 hours ago. And they're sequestered. They can't go home until the penalty phase is done. And now we're like 2 hours late even starting, so which puts everything 2.5 hours behind. They're not going to get their arguments done today, which means the jury is going to be sequestered all weekend, and they are not going to be happy. So there's a poll going on. A lot of people, it's pretty much even, whether people think that he's going to get the death penalty or life sentences, pretty much even over there too. But one person said that Parkland Schroeder was denied the death penalty and he killed 14 people. So she doesn't think there's no way Chad's going to get the death penalty. I keep refreshing. You know, when the news people start putting up their own little poll on Twitter, you know they're getting worried. Okay, so apparently the news media is trying to get information on what is going on, why they are not back. And again, okay, we're going to start at noon. Now noon is here and they're not starting again yet. What is going on? Um, the news crews are trying to get information like what is going on so they could let people know, and they're not being told nothing. Usually, to me, if it was like an electrical issue or it was this or it was that, usually they tell them it's something else. I think something happened with Chad. World's going, yeah. He also begged for help from the adults in his life. This was cold and calculated. What do you mean, Summer? I guess I have to scroll up. I'm missing some in chat. Uh, Snowflakes ruined Sesame Street. Yes. Yes. K. Mitch, there's something going on. They said technical difficulties. I think the technical difficulties are Chad. Don, we have a poll up. Make sure you vote in the poll. It'll be at the top of your chat screen. Right now, let's see what it is. Okay, so my poll is, what do you think the jury will decide as punishment? 75% right now think the death penalty. 25% think he'll get multiple life sentences. Larry is in the hallway. So is Colby Ryan, Lori's son. Brandon Bordeaux, the one that Alex shot at and broke his car window and almost took his life too. Oh, the Parkland shooter. Okay. Okay. I get what you mean. I get what you're talking about now, Summer. Okay, let me go check again, see if I can get any more info, you guys. I'm bebopping all over the place trying to get the best info I can for you. I'm going to send a message. Hang on. So there's somebody, I don't know how true this is because this isn't a reporter. But they're saying if it's not finished today, that they will be going tomorrow too. So what's that going to do with my reads? Oh my gosh. So somebody else is saying that the deliberation clock stopped also. Well, yeah, it should have because they came back with a answer yesterday, right? I can't see chat right now, you guys. Dawn says they just voted. Okay, let's go see. It's still at 75% say the death penalty, 25% say multiple life sentences. Okay, let me go back here, see what else I can find out, you guys. So that would be interesting if it does continue over into tomorrow if they don't get done with this today. Hmm. Not really much more coming out, you guys. So they're not telling them nothing. Last update was like 10 minutes ago, but I did find some other information that said if they don't get this done today, it's going to carry on until tomorrow. Into tomorrow. So are they going to go through the weekend? Are they going to have court? Image says they're going to CrimeCon. Yeah, I see. There's somebody that also said they canceled going to CrimeCon because they wanted to cover this. I did see a couple other YouTuber names that I recognize that are at CrimeCon. I wanted to go, but it's just too much going on for me. That would have been nice. I will make it to CrimeCon one of these CrimeCons. I will make it there. It's a lot of money too. So I don't know, like a lot. I know there was one YouTuber that was trying to get up. I think it was like a $2,000 fee to have a booth. Or it's I don't know how much it is to get a ticket to go to CrimeCon for the weekend. Does anybody know how much they charge for a weekend pass to CrimeCon? I think somebody told me it was like around $2,000. So you imagine how much that would be in Canadian? It'd be like $3,000 just to get in for the weekend. Oh, it's 400. So that's not too bad. So that'd be like about $700-800 for me, Canadian. How much is 400? Hang on. 400 US dollars to Canadian. $545 Canadian. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'd pay that. Then I'd have my airfare and my lodging and everything on top in a rental car. But I could handle that. It's too far to drive. It's too far to drive, I think. Hang on, let's see. Oh, we don't know where CrimeCon would be next year, right? I know this year it's in Tennessee. How far is Tennessee from Ontario? Ontario, Canada to there. in miles. Well, it's only 728 kilometers. So that would take me like, oh no, 840 miles. So that's like a 9-10 hour drive. 1,351 kilometers, 730 nautical miles. So it's 840 miles. No, from Winnipeg. No, from Ontario. 1,351 kilometers. 1,045 miles from Ontario to Nashville. Wow, that's a big drive. Over 1,000 miles. Daily tickets, so it'd be 400 for the weekend, for the 3 days or whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't drive that. That's like 1,000 miles, and like here we're allowed to go 120 kilometers an hour on the highways. 120 kilometers an hour. Hour to miles per hour. See, on all our highways, we can go 120 kilometers an hour on our major highways. That's 74 and a half miles per hour, which you guys, New York? Oh, New York is even closer. I can get to New York in like 6 hours, 7 hours tops. That'd be okay. Maybe I'll wait and go to to the one in New York. Um, yeah, and you guys are only allowed to drive what, 60 miles an hour on your highways? We're allowed to go 74, almost 75 miles an hour on our highways, so 15 miles an hour faster. That makes a difference when you're going long distances. Come on, what's going on with this? Let me see if I can get some info. Nothing yet. I'm looking, you guys. Another reporter here, and he says the same thing. Um, he says, and we continue to wait. This is 4 minutes ago. We continue to wait for court to begin. Quite the delay this morning, almost 2 hours behind scheduled start time. guys. Can't see chat while I'm searching around for more information, you guys, so don't think that I'm ignoring you. So nothing yet. Nothing. None of the reporters know what's going on. Nothing. Roma says, here waiting calmly this weekend so can just relax. Yeah. Mm, nothing yet, guys. Let's refresh here. Okay, they're in the courtroom. Chad's already seated at the table. He's wearing a white shirt and tie. Red tie. Our attorneys are not in the room yet. Lots of victims are here. They had to bring in extra seating. So they are in the courtroom, you guys. So it is about to start. So again, Colby Ryan is there, Brandon Bordeaux. I'm sure all of Chad's kids are going to be there, but they finally are in the courtroom. This is about to start. Woohoo! There you go. They're in the courtroom, you guys. Okay, so finally, you guys, they're in the courtroom. So this should be starting any minute. Make sure the volume is up. Let me reshare this again real quick. Hang on, you guys. Make sure that I've got the volume being shared. The audio, sorry. Audio shared? Yes, share. Okay, here we go. Ah, the red tie. Yes, that means he's going to get the death penalty. Red tie means death penalty. Okay, I'm going to mute for a minute, you guys. But we are about to start. The chat is in the courtroom, reporters and everybody is filing into the courtroom. All the victims are there, witnesses, everybody's there. They're just waiting on the judge and the lawyers. Okay, you guys, I'm back. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure they weren't blocking me in my driveway. See the cursor moving? It's about to start.
All rise.
There we go.
Court now
Here
session
we go,
number
guys.
W. Boyce, judge presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd like to have our jurors brought in, please. I'm sorry, we do need to take up one matter outside the presence of the jurors. If they're ready, it will take a few moments. Apologies. Okay, we are going to go on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We began a special sentencing proceeding under Idaho's death penalty statute yesterday. At the conclusion of the return of a verdict in this case, the court gave some preliminary instruction to the jurors. They convened for the evening. We're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation. And I have in a closed sealed hearing inquired with counsel on a proffer to cover that. However, I also want to go through and determine whether or not there's a knowing and voluntary waiver of that right on the record and do that outside the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both present mitigation and also a right of allocution that can be exercised at the conclusion of the proceeding before the jury deliberates. There are a couple of instructions that would be provided to the jurors. I'll read an instruction called mitigation, and it reads as follows. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocution, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. So, Mr. Pryor, I've discussed this with you on the record already, but you have explained the right of mitigation and allocution to your client. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, and I'm also advised then that you do not intend to, despite the preparation of mitigation from your attorney, you don't intend to present that evidence at this hearing. Is that your choice?
That is my choice.
Has anyone coerced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly this morning as you make that choice?
Yes.
Okay, well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell. So thank you for putting that on the record for the court before we brought the jurors in at this time. Then we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the courtroom, please.
All right, please. Hear yourself, President Counter, for Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I understand we are now on the record with the public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time, then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
Will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, at this time then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to read you some additional instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read you an instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it, so that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So these instructions are not in any particular order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations. They are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking at all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must indicate on the special verdict form that the state has not proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror must sign the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statements in your deliberations. And my final instruction before we start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we first met during the jury selection process, we spoke with you about what could happen if we got to this phase of the trial. And we spoke with you about some of your thoughts and feelings about if we got to this phase. And we're here. And in that earlier discussion, we talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires in our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction that says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. Murder of J.J. Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. That by these murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today. And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators has been proven. And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
Just once more, Judge, may I approach the well?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pryor. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only a unusual trajectory or an unusual or startling event can change that trajectory. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell. I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct? Yeah. Springville, Utah, small town, was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people. Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved, town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason William talk about that. Tight-knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other. And then Chad goes on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much about the LDS faith. Goes off on a mission, comes back. This is not a mission where you gain worldly experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society. Things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. This is small town living. And he meets Tammy Douglas, and they get married. And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children, 5 beautiful children, very deep in their faith, very deep in their commitment to family. And we can say maybe Tammy was the driving force in this. Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together. They did all of those things together and built this life. And Chad wrote these books. And again, I told you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about things that interest him. And Jason William, Steve Schultz, Emma, Jason talked about Chad, and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to, and I cannot remember the words, and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason William talked about it, he said, remember this when he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory that bomb that came into his life was a woman who previously had been married 4 times. And that bomb brought chaos to Chad Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids. He doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with relationships, dealing with how to interact with people, maybe being manipulated. And we can argue this all day long. But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man. And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there. And then it all changes. The amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Williams' own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. And when I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you. I said, everything that glitters is not gold. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing as far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits. And all of these things start cascading. And this thing becomes very complicated and difficult, easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah, who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. And you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. Path's changed. But you judge what's capable in the future but what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, and this small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the opening statements. At this point of the proceedings, then, the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right, at this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. You can commence with victim impact statements. The court would note they are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe counsel has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first impact statement victim.
The state would call Ron Douglas.
Very well. Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated so that they are not recording victims in this case. I'm also going to note and reiterate that instruction. These statements are not under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And Mr. Douglas, I'll just let you know, the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you up the best. And my intent, Your Honor, is simply to ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas, that's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
Your Honor, the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Very well.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to JJ Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my step niece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes,
Will you please read that for the jury?
sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief-stricken at speaking about how devastated I am at his loss. I sit here today, try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily. But how do I do that? What words carry the strength and impact to really ensure you feel the joy and love that JJ created and the impact of his death? There aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. The loss of a grandchild is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Kanan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Kanan while I talk about his first year of life because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. From minutes of being born, he was transferred to a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Kanan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU, talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat. We'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. And my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and so special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Kanan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband, Larry, who is Pawpaw, asked me to give Kanan to him. He placed Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head until he stopped crying and fell asleep. It became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Canaan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Canaan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it was pretty much guaranteed I would cry. It hurt so badly to see everything he was experiencing, not only from being born prematurely with drugs in his system. The decision was made to place Canaan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision, but knew from our past interactions with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Canaan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what unconditional love. That time was priceless, and his growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best decision for his future. To have siblings and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's steps, ready to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker. I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us, right along with the huge toothless grin. It was clear that he missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, he wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. The connection was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with our sweet little man, and we were always his love, comfort, and safety. It is soul crushing that his energy and adventurous, oh goodness, wait, hang on. I made it a few months before I had to get to my JJ. So in November of 2014, I made my first trip to Hawaii, quickly returning once again in December with Larry. We would visit about every 4 to 5 months because it was such a long trip to Hawaii from Louisiana. One we were happy to make, and we stayed for as long as possible, normally 10 to 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. I remember one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool and he poured in ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me, intently pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt. He had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. that is just one part of why this causes so much pain. It is a betrayal that can't be explained. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, Cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, and I was blown away. He was brilliant. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him figure it out. But wow, the amount of awe I was in still makes me smile and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant, he could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become. What type of man would he have become? Not only was JJ smart, but he was also fun, a very contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those kisses. Instead, he showed his empathy and compassion with gentle touches and soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous tree, playing the drums on buckets, pots, and pans. The joy he exuded and shared can't be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will for the rest of my life and only have memories. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Tylee was an absolute mama's girl, which there was never a doubt. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. Larry and I were driving to Austin, Texas to visit them on one of many visits, and we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that was a horse complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her. She needed something just for her, and she loved it. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and he loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. That love is displayed in the last photo taken of them together at Yellowstone, both grinning and hugging each other. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one being "Do not enter." As you can assume, even though JJ could read and interpret words and their meanings, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would burst into her room. She would laugh, tease, and tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose just to joke and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. JJ adored our niece Maddie. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, the huge grin that kids get during the singing hit me like a truck. I took the keys from Larry and went to the car and just bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. It was the moment I knew that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. It was just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love and celebration of his birthday. It is now a grief that we are confronted with yearly, a stark and blaring reminder that we are never going to be able to celebrate that joy with him again. We never know when one of those moments will hit, but I can tell you there have been too many situations in the past few years where we were slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone. JJ loved school, loved his families, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy, Brandon Boudreaux's oldest son. Those two had such a special bond and love for each other. There were so many lives he touched that feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. 4 of our grandchildren, near JJ's age, often tell us how they love and miss him. It is heartbreaking to have a conversation with an 11 or 12-year-old. How do you make them feel okay about it or safe? So yes, this is our life now, trying to comfort our other grandchildren while they try to comfort us. The constant question remains, who would he have become? What kind of man would he have been? Would he be a famous scientist with incredible math skills? Would he be, what would his amazing imagination have bloomed into? Would he have been the next Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Tim Burton, Elon Musk? We will never know. But we do know how incredibly special he was to us and now to countless others just by looking around this room. I can't express just how much I wish I could have more time to create memories with him and with Charles. There's a hole in my heart and the hearts of every member of my family that can never be filled and will remain for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The state can call its next victim for an impact statement.
Next, we'll have Matthew Douglas, Your Honor.
Very well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
It's Matthew Ronald Douglas, Douglas.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you
Okay.
very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here to talk about today?
I'm here to talk about my sister Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, and my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight and having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. often minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, it has been a nightmare that you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister, something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed, and at the time not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further, like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented, the details big and small, many I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. The chain of events more clearly than I need rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. Because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, there's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families, or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. Finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain. And the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year, just a little over a week away from now. It'll be a year on June 8th. As she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day, when she went into the hospital for the last time. and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today, and by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society, but it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly. This isn't a place of grievances, but to explain the impact losing your sibling's heart and glue has. When masks come off and people are so true and real to themselves, for better or worse, that some recognize that things aren't healthy and it's time to fix that. It's painful creating boundaries with people in your life. Yet you're really raised to believe you should fight like hell to protect and love dearly. But it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to whom me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy to. I have kids close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family. For me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. As I've seen yours hurt with ours over Tammy. We have been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family, in his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's soul girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, she would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted, and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts, so I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. and we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just wasn't meaningful. She was exacting just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lola went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, she was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her. There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it. It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold, that brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since learning more about her story, even up to that point, I completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. Excuse me. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever angry or disrespectful in any way toward me, and I was there less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I planned to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter, who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from the celebratory event I had imagined. As her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. So I tried to do the same thing, but kind of tamped down and on the DL. I would just look at the TV and comment at something outrageous, like, what? That's wild. So we were both just kind of yelling at the TV. Whether it was a connection or not, it at least made watching TV a lot more fun. But then this one time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, was that a drive-by hugging? I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, will Annie be here when I wake up? Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her, She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand.
Sure. And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
I think if they finish with the witness statements, they will go to deliberations. I think the judge will have a few things to say before they go into deliberations, but he did give them the instructions already. If they do go to deliberation today, I think they're going to come back with a verdict today, because they're not going to want to be held and be sequestered for the whole weekend, right? So I think they will come back today. I can't wait to hear the words that the judge has for Chad either. The words he had for Lori were like they were bad. They were bad. Shit prior. Okay, I got to thank you, Nana. For some reason, yeah. That's okay, Ada Genie. We just had to remove that. Wonder why sidebar? Who knows? It was John Pryor that called it, so I think he wants lunch. The fat BAST Erd. Yeah, we had to remove it out of Genie because YouTube would give me a slap for that. You're good. Soap comment? I didn't even see a soap comment. I'm trying to do multitasking here, you guys. Oh, where did Colby go? Colby was sitting in this chair right there, that first chair in the middle of the two galleries where people are sitting. He was sitting right there in a white shirt and it looked like a dark tie, maybe black tie. So is Colby Ryan going to get up? And yeah, lunch and a drink. Checking, he's looking on his phone. He's checking if the prices have gone up for the house. I think Emma's going to be pretty shocked once this is over, because he won't be able to do the appeal when Chad appeals. It has to be appellate lawyers. So he won't be Chad's lawyer for any appeal. And as soon as this is done, he's going to put that house up for sale. He's going to sell it because Emma and her husband and kids have been living in that house since Chad was arrested. He's going to dump that house. That's okay, Ada Genie. It's okay, hon. You're good. We all make mistakes, and I say it comes out of my mouth. So I'm surprised actually YouTube hasn't slapped me yet for my mouth. Yeah, right. Fruit fly. But no, John Pryor is there. Colby just came in and he's sitting down now with his wife. That's Colby. Front and center, right there. Right to the, well, if you're looking at the screen to the left of Rob Wood, that's Colby in the white shirt and tie with his wife with the long blonde hair beside him. My pointer won't let me point to it, but right there beside Rob Wood. But no, he's going to monopolize that sale, believe me. The House of Horrors. Like, why would John Pryor even want to take that property as payment? 2 children found dead on the property and buried. Both of the kids probably, their lives were taken on that property and then buried. Colby is Lori Vallow's son. Tylee and JJ's brother. Colby's the oldest, Tylee Ryan. She was pregnant with Colby, and Joe Ryan, I think.
Something that I can never reconcile.
Sorry.
That is the impact on them. An impact that will echo through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken. I have always been so grateful I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsey. Tammy was truly my sister. And I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews. However, the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. The toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling. We've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
All right, if the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife, Kelsey, and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing me that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage, having trust that was built over decades of family time, completely broken, does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
Honor, could we approach?
Yes. All right, thank you, council. We've been going some time at this point. In lieu of lunch, however, we do just want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
Well, he said what, 15 minutes? That means 45 minutes. I think he just wants to get through this so they can give it to the jury. So I don't know if he's really gonna, push this. Come on, no more than 15 minutes. Hopefully it doesn't continue the way that this whole trial has. I don't know. You guys. But usually he'd say 20-minute break and it'd end up being 40 minutes. He'd say a half-hour break, it was an hour. So hopefully he sticks to this 15 minutes. Does Pryor get copies of the victim impact statements? I don't know. I don't think so. He seems to be reading along and then stopping when they're done. I'm not sure. I don't think he's entitled to the victim impact statements. The only time I think the defense is entitled to have a copy of them is if there's somebody that wanted to present a victim impact statement but wanted somebody else to read it, like the judge or the prosecution or another family member. So maybe he does. I don't know. But a lot of them don't prepare a statement. They just talk from the heart once they get up there. So how do you give them a copy of that, right? So I know here in Canada, that's how it works in Canada. The only time they get a copy of it is if, like, say I wanted to give a victim impact statement, but I didn't want to read it myself. I would give it to the judge to read or the prosecution to read. Then the defense would be able to have a copy of that. Like I've been in many phases like this where the victim impact statements are coming in. And a lot of the times there's no written statement. They just get up there and they say what's on their mind. Now there's rules here in Canada. I don't know how it works in the States, but here in Canada, you're not allowed to address the person, the defendant. You're not allowed to address them in your victim impact statement. You address the jury and the court as to how this has affected your life, how you have felt about it, but they make sure that you do not address the defendant at all. I seen in the Harmony Montgomery one with Adam Montgomery, somebody read in a victim impact statement from his wife that was, to me, just as responsible for the death of Harmony as Adam was. And her victim impact statement was more a begging Adam to still talk to her and that she still loved him. And like that would never have been allowed here in Canada, ever, 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 ever. They're very strict. I'm actually surprised that the prosecution didn't give a lot of mitigating factors to push for that death penalty. I'm surprised they didn't. And did they maybe not do that because the defense didn't? They felt that they put forth enough, especially in their close. They were the first to give their closing arguments and they were the last to give their closing arguments. So the prosecution gave their closing arguments, the defense had their turn, and then the prosecution had the rebuttal closing arguments to rebut anything that John Pryor had said, right? So they had the final word, and they're hoping that the final words spoken were enough. Yeah, I didn't watch that summer. I I didn't get to watch that. I did watch afterwards, like many months afterwards, the sentencing I watched, but I didn't watch any of the Lori Vallow trial. I heard bits and pieces and some recaps, but I had no idea that Kay was made to take something out. Now, I know the prosecution does go over what you're going to say or goes over your written statement, but if you don't have a written statement, the best that the prosecution can do is say, look, you cannot address the defendant. Summer Dawn says, yes, that was disgusting. And that's what I mean, Summer Dawn, like in the Harmony Montgomery, the letter, what was her name? Kayla put in a victim impact statement, and her whole victim impact statement to the court regarding Harmony's death was her love for Adam and how, like he's still the father of her children and she loves him. And it was like, I wanted to barf. Like, I don't know how they allowed that. It would never be allowed here in Canada, ever. Okay, so I'm going to take a few minutes. You guys have got to go out and grab the mail and see if they've unblocked my driveway yet. While we are on this break, they said 15 minutes, so they should be back by 2:30 Eastern. So I'm going to mute for a bit. If I get back early enough, I will come back on and chit chat. Just give me a few minutes. Woohoo! They are done for the day out there. So they're done for the weekend. So I've got peace and quiet for the weekend. I just went out and they're gone. There's machinery on the side of beside the sidewalks, between the sidewalk and the road. There's a lot of equipment left there, like heavy machinery. But all their trucks and equipment, like shovels and all that stuff, that's all gone. So good. They're done till Monday. Now, the next best thing that can happen is that they come back with a verdict today. So it is 20 after 12 there. And the judge said this is the time that we usually take lunch, but they didn't start until late. So I think and the judge said there's only a couple of more victim impact statements. So I think he is pushing for them. Once they go back to the deliberation room, they'll have their lunch brought to them. And once they've done their lunch, they will start deliberating. And I'm hopeful that they will come back today because, like I said, they don't want to stay sequestered for the weekend. Okay, Mitch says, I'm multitasking here. So let me see what else I can find. What's going on here, you guys? A lot of people talking about Chad Daybell choosing not to present any evidence to the jury for mitigation factors to prevent the death penalty from being imposed. He didn't want to present nothing. So that is pretty telling. Okay, so let's see. Let me just see if I can find out anything else, you guys. Let's see what she's saying. So the woman that was speaking, that was the sister-in-law to Tammy, her name was Kelsey. And Ben and Kelsey are married. Ben was the last male there to talk. The twins were born 9 days before Tammy's death. Okay. So they're supposed to be back at 12:30. We will see if that happens. They've got 5 more minutes. Not so sure that's going to happen, but funnier things have happened, right? Summer says, I think they had their minds made up when they gave the verdict yesterday. Yeah. Okay, Mitch, getting ready to head out tomorrow. Have a good time, okay, Mitch? Think of me when you're there. Support. You're part of the angel team. My gosh, it is getting hot as heck out, you guys. Hot, 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 hot. It's like 23 degrees outside right now. So that's what, like 73, 74 degrees out, which to me is hot. So who thinks that they'll come back with a verdict today? Like I said, I don't think they're going to want to do this through the weekend. It'd be 25. Yeah. Okay, so let me go over here while they're Get rid of this. Just give me a minute, you guys. I'm gonna mute. Okay. There's no audio right now, Kate. They're on in recess. Okay, Mitch said we're not going out to CrimeCon itself. Too expensive. It should be fine. Maybe we'll run into someone else. Never know. You never know. If you run into Dolly, tell him we say hi. I get it's okay about Dolly and PJ. It's like a lot of people don't like Dolly, but it's like I get a kick out of him. Like, this guy should be a stand-up comedian. Like, he can get his point across in a way. Oh, that's who you're going to meet? Well, tell him Willow from Above and Beyond says hi. I've given them super chats and stuff. Like, I mean, Dolly's been around for a while, and it's like he makes me laugh. Like, some of the things he comes out with, it's like, oh my God. But he's straightforward. You know what I mean? Like, he's to the point. He doesn't have a problem saying it either. Dolly says what we're all thinking. Yeah, little Lolo, she's cute. He had to fight. He fought a hard battle to get his little dog back after him and his ex broke up. Like, he had a battle on his hands and he won, thank God. But little Lolo, oh my gosh, she's so adorable, adorable. And it's just like, he's brilliant in so many ways. Like, you got to give yourself literature. Little Lolo's not going to eat. She's going to starve. You do want to see little Lolo starve. And it's like, oh my gosh, like, brilliant, brilliant, pull up people's heartstrings, but it's in such a funny way that it doesn't come across as grifting or anything like that. Like, I know a lot of people don't like him, but I think he's hilarious. I tried to get you on Turtle Island, Willow. Did you? Oh, that's so cool, K-Mitch. Yeah, it's something like, is that the Survivor type thing? Turtle Island. I might do a diamond art painting of a turtle with a cone and send it to him. Lolo's going to be there. Oh, give Lolo pats for me. Oh. If I would have known that in advance, K-Mitch, I would have sent you out a package to give to him for Lolo. Good little doggy treat package. Oh, I can still do it and just send it to him, but yeah, I think he's hilarious. He's just some of the things he says. It's like, oh, Lolo, Lolo. That dog is so cute. But apparently, from what I heard him say in one of the lives, like, don't try and get near her. Don't try and pet her. Yes, you vote YouTube off. That would be awesome. Yes, you vote YouTube off. YouTubers off. Ah, okay. Well, how do we get to our defend ourselves? Like, how do the YouTubers get to play? To save themselves? Gotta get all my subscribers over there to vote me to stay on. We can take it. We can win Turtle Island. Well, the one thing good we got going for us is this is one of the safest channels that you can be on. You have to participate. I would have to participate. That would be interesting. I don't know how it works. I know about Turtle Island because I'd seen it one time. There was somebody, this was like I think last year. And somebody was peeved right off and they did a Twitter. They tweeted about it, how they got voted off. They were ganged up on and got voted off. I don't know how it works, how you participate, how you vote, anything like that, but I've heard bits and pieces about it. But you didn't get me on. He's like a pit bull. He latches onto something, he won't let go. Prime example is Sebastian. Yeah. Like, and the thing I do like about Dolly is he says what everybody else is thinking. Like, you get other YouTubers that plant seeds. You know what I mean? He doesn't plant seeds. He comes out and says what's on his mind. He doesn't plant seeds with everybody else and then everybody else bring it out for them so it doesn't come back on them. You know what I mean? He don't care about that. He says exactly what he feels. And he says, like, right now, like, maybe she didn't do it. But he says, as things have gone on, it's like, oh yeah, she had something to do with it now. Like, he pulls no punches. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's what you need in true crime. That's what you need in true crime. Stop running around in circles. Stop, it's when he screams, it's like, oh my gosh, I howl every time he does it. So it's like, yeah, he asks the tough questions and he has no shame in his game. He doesn't plant seeds and let other YouTubers ask it so it doesn't come back on him. He don't care. He says it. So I like that. And if he's wrong, he takes accountability for it. And I like that too, because we're only human. Like a lot of people, oh, YouTubers, like da da da. We're human like anybody else. We make mistakes too. We're not perfect. But it's all about in how you handle it when you're wrong. And he handles it perfect. He also got away from Seth, yeah. And it's true, he had some good people around him at the beginning, Seth, that would have went the extra mile. And now Seth seems to be, there's stuff that's coming out about Seth too. And Seth admitted to it. I didn't want to believe it until I heard it come from Seth's mouth that CPS was called on him too, because Sebastian apparently went to school and said his dad threatened to beat his butt. Different words, but beat his butt. You can't say that, especially to an autistic child. You know what I mean? It's a threat. So I don't think any of them is, and it's sad to say, I do not believe Seth had anything to do with Sebastian going missing at all. Zero. But I think Seth was part of the problem too. When it came to Sebastian's upbringing, he was part of the problem. And Marie says, I'm supporting you from the bushes. Will's also, yeah, I think what's on my mind. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't like being wrong. I mean, and that just goes with, what I did for 30 years. You never want to be wrong. You never want to lose a court case. You never want to give somebody bad information or something like that. Like I worked in the criminal justice system for over 30 years. You never want to be wrong. So that's why I'm so picky. Like a lot of people say, oh, Willow, you're pointing out like, okay, little bit of error in paperwork. Like when we go over court documents and I point out the errors. Oh, it's just a little error, Willow. You're being too picky. No, one error in a court document could lose you the case. A phrase that you phrased wrong could lose you your case. So I've always been very picky when it comes to stuff like that. And look at what happened with the dates being mixed up about when on the different amended indictments, when they messed up the date that they believe JJ was taken. You know what I mean? So that could have been detrimental. That could have screwed them for getting the charge back on JJ. They got out of that by the skin of their teeth, guys. I'm telling you, by the skin of their teeth. Yeah, I pray he's found too. And this Tony guy, no. The worst person he could have teamed up with was this Tony guy. Marie's in the bushes hiding. She's supporting, but she's in the bushes hiding. Didn't you say something about people not being what they are presenting themselves to be? I'm about 90%, 6% sure that came out. In Sebastian's case, Dawn? Because I know I said that in Sebastian's case, and I said there's more to this, you guys. That's not, it was in the hidden section, in the secret. There's more to this that's not come out yet. And that's why I think Seth didn't want to come out with the Child Protective Services records against Chris, because Chris would have brought out the ones about him. It ended up coming out anyway. But yeah, you go back to my first readings, and I'm telling you, everything is falling in line with them readings. The more that comes out, the more my readings are accurate. Like, I don't have a foot in the game. You know what I mean? I've got nothing to win or lose by making stuff up. I tell you what I'm getting from the other side. Do I misinterpret sometimes? Absolutely, especially if I'm not feeling good. And that's one thing, you know, if you see like psychics and stuff like, or other readers, stuff like that, they know better than to do it when they are sick. Like, if you're sick as a dog, no, don't, because you're not going to get accuracy. There's a lot of new readers popping up. There's a lot of readers trying to reproduce my Ancestor deck. Like, I've been around a long time, you guys. And you got to really be careful of who you put your trust in. Ask the subscribers, ask people who have gotten reads from these readers, or if they give private reads, ask some of the people that have got private reads. Like, I know nothing about you. Like Fruit Fly could ask me to get a reading. I don't know Fruit Fly's name. I've got no way of looking up Fruit Fly. You know what I mean? That's where you're going to find who's real and who's not. Don't give them any information. And that's why I always say, if I'm about to do a read, all I want is the minimal. Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home sometime in the middle of the night. He's from Tennessee. So I can relay that to my ancestors so they know who I'm asking about. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a lot of fakes out there. Like, I've been doing this, you guys, since I'm a teenager. It's been a blessing and it's been a curse. You know, so I gave it up for a long time. I was going through a lot of trials and tribulations in my own life. So there was a good 15-year span. I'm 60 years old now, but there was a good 15-year span that I didn't touch a deck. They were put away, you know, and I knew I wasn't in the right mindset. I wasn't in the right place myself. So, you know, you got to be careful on who you trust. See, here we go. I told you it's been half an hour. 15 minutes means 40 minutes. They were supposed to be back at 2:30 Eastern. It's now 2:45. They went out at 2:45. It's 2:45. It's been half an hour and they're still not back yet. I see a Pure Later truck just pull up, so I don't know if that's Mama's package she was waiting for that was supposed to be here on Monday. Summer says, I've noticed that too, and I don't waste my time with them. You've not failed me once, and I've gotten reads from you, and they're spot on. Woohoo! Thank you for that, Summer. Vera Moy says, you're very accurate. You did a read on a case for me, and it was spot on. What case did I do for you, Vera, if you don't mind me asking? Which case was that? Good news is I can get in and out of my driveway again. So once we're done here, I can take off and go to the pharmacy and get my vitamin B12. I can get my Avamase refilled. I need more calcium pills. And there was something else I needed to. I can go out and get that. Sarah Nicole Graham. Okay. Yes. I remember that read. I don't remember what came out in the read, but I remember the name. I couldn't imagine how heavy the burden is to carry. It is, but thank you. But your gift is amazing. Thank you. It is. It's a blessing and it's a curse. I don't know what else to say. I try to pull cards for myself, and this is a question I get asked often too. Like, do you read family? No. I know too much information. I try to even pull cards for myself, and everybody, I don't care what kind of reader you are. If you are an honest reader is going to tell you this. I never listen to my ancestors and what they're telling me when I pull cards for myself. I interpret them the way I want them to be, not the way they are. So it's not accurate. You can't read yourself. Timu, I am getting fed up because since this new email, I've read a lot about iMile. Is it iMile? Mail. Sorry, iMail. Apparently, everybody is getting screwed over since Timu started using iMile in the States. Well, in Canada, we got email. And I'm telling you, I must have read thousands. Well, I didn't read them all, but I seen thousands of comments from people in Canada not getting their orders since they've changed from straight ship to email. Is it called email? Hang on. Like, I should have had my package yesterday and I don't have it. Let me just, it says it's out for delivery yesterday and I don't have it. Email. A small E. Here, I'll type it. This is the name of the company. It's a small E and then a big M-I-L-E. This is the company. And when you look them up online, there's next to no information on their website. Even if you try and get information on them, you can't. There's no email address to contact. There's no phone number on there to contact. Nothing. Like, to me, that's shady. There's nothing there for it to be able to contact. There's no way you can contact them. Watch, I'll bring it up while we're waiting. Okay, let me bring it over here. Okay, stop sharing that. As soon as I hear them come on, you guys, I will put it back. Okay, look at email express. Look at this. Okay, so this is their website. Check this out, you guys. Tracking number, tracking inquiry. Okay, this is all that's there for that. Products. You click on it, freight service. You get nothing. Click on parcel service. They got a little spew here, but you click on it, you get nothing. Warehouse service, you click on it, you're stuck on the same page. About us, this is all you get. You go to learn more, and this is all you get. You get the same page you were just on before clicking learn more. You get nothing. Look at the bottom, copyright 2024, which means they are a brand new company. Look at right there, 2024. Okay, products. Okay, this is it. I've scrolled all the way down to the bottom. Freight service. Let's inquire about freight service. Look at what you get. Email freight service is B2B logistics solutions for LTL or FTL shipment from China to Canada. That's the only information. There is no contact, nothing. Look at, there's no way. Go home. You get the tracking number. Let's scroll down. You get back to this stupid ass page, track inquiry again about the company. Okay, let's learn more about the company. Guess where you're brought to? The exact same page you were just at. There's no way to contact these people. No way at all to contact them. You put in your, I would do it, but I'm not going to put my order number in there. You put your order number, it says delivered. It's been delivered. I've got, let me just see if I can show you this. Hang on a sec. Let me just cover this. Okay, start cam. Whoops. Here's my camera. See? Says your Temu order yesterday, out for delivery. I didn't get it. And when you go to the tracking site for it, it says it's been delivered. Okay. Okay, hang on. I gotta get this back up for you guys.
So we'll go ahead and remain standing, please, if we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
Okay, I'm gonna mute. Yeah, like mine, my mom's too says it's been delivered, but it was delivered in Toronto. I'm near Ottawa. I'm in the Ottawa Valley. Says it was delivered in Toronto. My order says it was delivered in Toronto too. So both mine and my mom's delivered in Toronto. We don't live there. We live near Ottawa. Victim impact statements does. And they're about to send it to the jury to decide whether it's going to be the death penalty or life sentences. But they've got a couple more victim impact statements to read first. And hopefully we have an answer.
Police officer accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along at this time. I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated. And we are continuing with victim impact statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes.
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes.
Would you like to read that now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build. Ugh.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability. Sorry. Sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them, or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to, or have a family of her own. Or find herself in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world, or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha William.
That was
Very
hard.
well.
That was hard to listen to. But you'll see now Colby sitting back in that chair when they show the gallery again. He's sitting in between the two sides on the gallery in a white shirt. That's got to be tough. There he is. He's back. Right beside John Wood. Or Rob Wood. Sorry, John Wood. Rob Wood.
Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
And do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I've never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I can find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. 2 more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom, and especially a grandma. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with one grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be betrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very well, does the state have another victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Douglas.
Okay. You can inquire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Douglas.
And are you related to a victim in this matter?
I am.
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call and I looked down to see Samantha's name and I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I'd received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie, encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. And never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so, and held a family service. I then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. I remember where I was, what I was doing, and the exact feeling of, oh, please no. Please don't let this be so. My heart sank, and I said to my mom, Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters. Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. The stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found. I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically, and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that my doctor prescribed something he'd only done 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did not sleep for 6 weeks. The nightmare fodder that I have been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of a win, and none to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. People that have known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us, but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow-motion train crash these past 4.5 years. Watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive. We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye, to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this, because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself. I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy, and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds afflicted upon us. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution? Very well. That will conclude the submission of evidence and the right of allocution in this proceeding. The next issue the court will take up then is briefly reviewing the final instructions that will be given to the jurors, as well as a verdict form before they retire for deliberation. We do need to take a moment to review those with counsel outside of the presence of the jurors. They are prepared, so I don't think this will be an extensive break, but we will take a break here for the court to go through jury instructions with counsel. Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time. Thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, the court has submitted for your review sentencing phase jury instructions. The court's already read several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner of which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions that have not been read to the jurors would include instruction as labeled number 5, instruction number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 16, and we've got 14 and 15 is the order I'll be reading those in, and a proposed verdict form. So before I give these instructions to the jurors, I do want to have counsel an opportunity to indicate whether or not on the record there are any objections to the form of instructions. The court would note the Supreme Court just recently approved new criminal jury instructions for this sentencing phase, and the court has incorporated those wherever it was practical to do so, and they were not in conflict with any previous given construction or instructions. So from the state then, I'm not sure who would address the court here. Is it Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the court's proposed instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have you also reviewed the verdict form?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to the form in which these are going to be submitted to the jurors?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review the proposed instructions in the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the instructions, is there any objection to which these have been drafted by the court?
Judge, this has been objected, and I'm just going to make this a verbal objection, and that's going to be that the court applied the standard of reasonable doubt that you chose to apply based on a previous instruction to the jury before the Supreme Court came out with these decisions. However, the Supreme Court has noted that the instructions are to be applied immediately. I'm making this a verbal objection to preserve the record that the firmly convinced language of reasonable doubt is what I anticipated and expected to be included in not only the original instructions to the jury, but now the sentencing instructions. And I'll just make that a verbal objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Are there any other objections on the form of instructions or on the verdict form?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pryor, on that objection, I've considered that previously in the trial for the reason that we had already given the jurors a instruction defining reasonable doubt, and I didn't want to change midstream that definition, whether in this proceeding or in the course of the trial. I've stuck with the instruction that's been used in Idaho for a long time. I have considered your objection. I am going to overrule that objection. And so the instructions that the court's proposed now are going to be provided. We'll give the jurors courtesy copies. There will be one original copy for them to take with them, as well as an original verdict form. We're going to get those jury instructions distributed at this time just on the juror seats. They'll be able to read along, and then I'll read through final instructions. And then if the parties have closings, you can take those up next.
Yeah, those little things there, right in front on the stand in front of the prosecution's table, and then you see it in front of the judge's stand beside the black stand-up thing there. I think those are cameras because it looks like they're pointing one towards prosecution, one towards the judge there, and there's got to be another one pointing towards the defense table. So I thought they might have been mics.
All right, if those have been distributed, then we can have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
Let's go. Get through these instructions quickly and let's see how fast they come back. I think they'll take a vote right away. And if they don't all agree, I think then they'll argue out some points, but I don't think it's going to take more than, I'm going to say, okay, come on, put your guess in. How long do you think it's going to take for the jury to come back? I'd say an hour. I'll do a poll. Yeah, I'm going to say an hour as soon as they get back from lunch, because I think they'll have their lunch before they bring back a verdict. I say right after lunch.
All right, please.
Nana's saying 2 hours. Fruit Play says 1.5 hours. Genie says 45 minutes. Fruit Fly 1.5 hours. Luby Lou says half an hour. No, they're going to eat their lunch first. They haven't had lunch yet. So they're going to eat their lunch. As soon as they're done their lunch, they're going to come back with a verdict. Fruit Fly says it would only take me 2 minutes. Me too. Patty Ward says 2 hours.
Here's our president.
Carol Moise says less than an hour.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record, the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this special sentencing proceeding. I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original set of instructions for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested exceptional depravity. It might be thought that every murder involves depravity. However, exceptional depravity exists only where depravity is apparent to such an extent as to obviously offend all standards of morality and intelligence. The terms especially heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16. The state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts, without more, cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but you are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A life sentence without possibility of parole under Idaho law means that a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented, when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state, are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted for the jury foreperson as well. And the jury foreperson is to remain as the same foreperson that had that role during the guilt phase of the trial. So counsel, at this time, then that concludes the court's instructions to the jurors. If the state would like to begin with a closing, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may have use of the HDMI.
Yes. Ms. Blake, I'll just inquire on the record, but are there going to be any graphic images in this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, labeling someone dark, lowering their death percentage, marking them for death. What is the appropriate measure of justice? On August 12th of 2019, Lori switched Tylee's Social Security payments to go into her sole, meaning Lori's sole, BBVA account. The first payment was deposited on August 28th of 2019. Less than 2 weeks later, Tylee was dead. On September 18th of 2019, Lori received the first payments associated with the Social Security that she and JJ were receiving because of Charles' death. Just 5 days later, JJ Vallow was dead. Lori found out that she was not going to get the $1 million life insurance policy on Charles around July 11th of 2019, and she messaged Chad to let him know that. But remember what she told Chad, I'll still get the $4,000 in Social Security. On September 8th of 2019, Tammy's life insurance was increased Chad signed off on that application. Tammy was dead just a little over a month later, while the attempted shooting was almost 1 month to the day that she upped her life insurance. Remember, the multiple messages relaying the plan is for Chad and Lori to be together, alone on a beach, unencumbered by telestial obstacles. Unencumbered by earthly obstacles. Chad formed the plan. That plan included manipulating those around him to ensure that he could end up on a tropical island with Lori Vallow, who eventually became Lori Vallow Daybell. She was a woman that he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. But in order to fund a new lifestyle, living on a tropical island and spending all your time with your new goddess lover, how do you fund that lifestyle? And how do you remove the obstacles to getting there? First, Chad taught others that he could determine whether someone was dark and or possessed. Second, he taught others that if someone was possessed or too dark, then the body had to be destroyed or die to free the person. Third, he started teaching those around him that he could determine death percentages. Essentially, this meant that Chad could mark someone for death and determine when it was their time to go. He exhibited that power to those around him. He exhibited that power of his self-proclaimed visions to those who believed him and followed him. When we talk about if the murders were committed for remuneration or financial gain, the defendant received $430,000 in life insurance money after Tammy's death. Money that was used to fund his life in Hawaii with Lori. Lori continued to receive the Social Security payments from the kids whose bodies were hidden on Chad's property so that they could continue to receive those Social Security payments. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. What else could these murders be? Tylee, unknown cause of death, because of her body being burned so severely, there were charred bones, remains in a melted green bucket. JJ, cause of death, plastic bag, asphyxiation by a plastic bag over his head. Not only that, but he had tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, tape around that bag, his arms duct taped from elbow to elbow, and then placed in a black garbage bag. He also had scratches on his neck, and you saw the last known video of JJ. Those scratches don't appear to be there. Tammy, cause of death by asphyxiation, manner, homicide. Tammy killed in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. Her life extinguished. By the murder, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Tylee was only 16 years old. JJ only 7 years old. Tammy, a 49-year-old mother of 5. The mother of the defendant's kids. It didn't matter the age of the victim or who relied on them and loved them. If they were in the way of Chad and his plan, and or if there was money to be gained for Lori and Chad, those individuals were marked for death. The defendant, by prior conduct or conduct in the murder at hand, has exhibited a potential to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, 3 victims killed, all at different times. Again, the defendant determining who was possessed, determining the death percentages, and once again, the defendant determining when it was their time to go. And Alex Cox believing and trusting Chad 100%. Alex said shortly before his death, I am worried I am going to be their fall guy. Another statement he made, either I am a man of God or I am not. Lori, when asked about believing Chad, if Chad is a Satan, he sure is a good one. Chad told more people than just Lori and Alex about people being dark. You heard of other people that were labeled as dark by Chad, including 12-year-old kids. The only difference is it was only those that stood in his way of his plan or who there was going to be financial gain from that ended up dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you will decide what justice is. At every stage of the development of the plan that resulted in the death of Tylee and her body being burnt, with parts still missing, the death of JJ wrapped in plastic bags and duct tape and discarded in Chad's yard, the death of Tammy Daybell, who had her ability to breathe, to live, suppressed. Tylee was last seen on September 8th of 2019. JJ was last seen on September 22nd of 2019. Then Tammy was discovered deceased in her home, October 19th, 2019.
My name is Tammy Daybell.
At any point between these deaths, the defendant could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued to rate people as dark and zombies. He continued to determine death percentages, and he continued to move forward with his plan to ensure that he was on a beach with Lori Vallow, unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to consider what is just in this case in rendering your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, the defense may present a closing if you wish, Mr. Pryor.
Permission to,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the indictment in this case. And the indictment accused Chad Daybell of espousing religious beliefs. And if you go back and look at the indictment, it talks one of the overt acts was espousing the religious beliefs to justify a killing. One of the other overt acts is that they claim that Chad did a south-southwest wind direction. And if you look back at the indictment, you'll see that all of the other overt acts, every one of them dealt with, as far as JJ and Tylee are concerned, dealt with actions by Lori Vallow. When we talk about remuneration, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Let's talk about Joseph Ryan. Before Chad ever knew Lori Vallow, the plan was set for Joseph Ryan and Lori to collect the insurance, the life insurance proceeds. The plan was already in place before Chad was ever even in the picture. And then we get the plan with Charles Vallow. And then I know I spoke to you at the time of my closing about Chad Daybell and the insurance for, that Lori was claiming to get on Chad. If you've made your decision, but if you look at the indictment, the allegations with Chad Daybell are not about remuneration or money. The allegations with Chad Daybell were allegedly religious beliefs and espousing religious beliefs. And the time we spent on the screen was about religious beliefs that he claimed to have had and that he espoused. This had nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. The insurance on Tammy Daybell, the $300,000 was set in 2002. And the state cannot allege that in 2002, Chad Daybell had some plan to collect insurance. When you look at the documents of the upping in the insurance, Tammy Daybell upped her insurance because it was relatively cheap. But the reason Chad Daybell signed that document and signed off is because he was also getting $20,000 insurance. And the only reason he had to sign was because if you listen to what the real estate or the insurance folks said, is if he's getting insurance as well on himself, he has to sign. This has nothing to do with money. You found that there was murders. And I want you to read the statute and the directions and what the judge has presented to you as what you have to find in terms of atrocious conduct. And the judge specifically said there that if you find that there was a murder, that's not enough. You have to go beyond bounds of human decency. And if you look back at this case, if you recall, Chad Daybell was never present for the actual murder of Tylee Ryan. Chad Daybell was never present. There were many other people present for the murder of J.J. Vallow. And whether you believe or not that Chad Daybell suffocated Tammy Daybell, and it's as tragic as that is, that doesn't reach the heinous, atrocious conduct that's defined by what the judge is instructing you. And at this point, folks, I'm going to ask you to find that there was no conduct that rose to the level that the state is trying to present at this point. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the closing of the defense. Does the state wish to present any brief rebuttal closing?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. That'll conclude the special sentencing proceeding then. In terms of presentation of evidence and argument, the next matter then is the jurors will again retire to deliberate on these questions posed to them in these proceedings. I am going to, although already sworn again for the special proceeding, I'll have the bailiffs who will be holding the jurors during the deliberations. If you'd please come forward, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you in terms of the deliberation. So Madam Clerk, if you would please do that at this time.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the bailiffs here. The court will note, of course, that's the original 12 jurors who returned the verdict in this case that will further deliberate on this. And for the alternates, we very much appreciate your continued patience while we work through these processes. At this time then, if all will rise, we'll begin deliberations.
All right.
Yeah, I can't be 30 minutes shy. They got to have their lunch, their hour lunch break. So we're now on verdict watch again, you guys. For the penalty phase, we are on verdict watch. Okay, so just give me a minute so I can go and post it, and I will be right back. Oh, I'd be right back in the room too. Okay, give me a minute, you guys.
All right, we'll be in recess.
Okay, I'm back. I got everything changed. Sorry, I had to change the thumbnail, everything, the title, the verdict watch. So they left at 4. I'd say by 5:30 they're back with a verdict. I think they're going to be gone for about an hour and a half, because they got to give 30 minutes notice, right? So I think that by 5:30 we're going to have a verdict. So that's an hour and a half. They got an hour for lunch and then the half hour that they got to give notice. I think they get back to that jury room. They got to wait for a little bit for their lunch to come in. And I think during that time, they're going to talk. And I think they're going to take like an initial poll just to see where everybody's head's at. And if everybody is in agreement, this is going to come down real quick, you guys, real quick. So let's see. So Shy thinks 30 minutes. Shy thinks 30 minutes. I'm saying by 5:30. Yeah, after they have their lunch. Yep. It's like, nope, they're going to have their lunch. They're going to come back. There's going to be a verdict. Now, today they're having a later lunch. It's 2 o'clock there, just past 2 o'clock. And that's only because they only started at noon, right? Well, they start at 10:30 in the morning, their time. So that was like 12:30 my time. Beer and wine. If I was a juror, I'd be like, let's vote. We good? 1 minute later. All right, lunch. Yeah. I think they're going to have their lunch and it's going to be decided over lunch. We started the clock. 4 o'clock, they went out. So we're on verdict watch, you guys. Shy has to have her volume up to 100 because the cleaning lady doesn't give no F's at people in our court. Yeah, he wanted a Grammy 3G. Hello and welcome. Yeah, he wanted a Barbie doll. That's exactly what he wanted. John Pryor and Chad took shots at Tammy's weight throughout this whole trial. And look at Lori now. Look at Lori now. She looks like the Wicked Witch of the West. She looks like Wicked Witch of the West. Let me see if I can find that picture. Hang on a sec. It is disgusting. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can find that picture. Where is that photo? There it is. Okay. Let me put this over here. Like even, I don't think I can save this picture, so I'm going to have to show you it. Let me blow it up. Hang on, let me see if I can blow this up. What the heck's going on here? I got a nod. Let me see if I can blow this up. Come on. Okay, there we go. Oops. Come on. Sorry, I'm just trying to get it centered on my screen here. Okay, let me show you guys this. Present. Whoops. Okay, stop sharing that. Hang on. Present. Share screen. I think it's this one. Window. This one. Share. Like, look at that face now. Like, look at this. Like, look at the makeup. Like, I know they don't have beauticians, but look at this makeup, you guys. Look at this. Like, around her. Like, that is like, I know they don't got much in jail, but like, look at this face now. Look at this face. That's what she is. Under all that makeup, under all that Botox that she was getting, look at this. She's looking old. Let's see if I can find a couple more pictures of her here. Oops. Let's get rid of that. Come on. There we go. Like, look at the difference between this and this. Look at this one. The difference between this and this. That's a big difference. Big difference. See all the Botox in here? Now look at all the wrinkly wrinkles. Big difference between this picture and this picture. Even this picture and this picture. Like, look at this one. Look at this picture of her. That doesn't even look like her. Does that look like this? And there's Colby. Look at this picture. Look at that face. Yeah, the interviews in Hawaii were evil. Oh, she's going to know Chad's verdict. Her lawyers are going to let her know. Look at this, trying to look all cute. This is a big difference. This is what she looked like. There's a big difference. Look at this mug. Look at this mug. Look at the difference between, look at this, and look at the difference of her now. This is the picture of her when she was sentenced. Look at that. Like, her mug is like, ugh. Big difference between this and this. And here she is, smiling away. Here's their stupid ass lawyer smiling away. There, that's what she used to look like. Now look at her. Look at this ugly mug now. Look at this. She's trying to lift her eyebrows up so you don't see all her wrinkles. Look at even this one. Look at this. She's not aging well. I can get rid of that. And get this back up on. So that's back up on, you guys. So yeah, like she did not age well behind bars. Imagine that. Oh yeah, Emma would call her. Don't forget, Emma has all her contact information. Emma's still putting money in her account. Wait till her lawyers fill her in that Chad threw her under the bus. I think Glory, the person that she is still, even though she knows that Chad threw her under the bus, she's going to still play nice because she wants that money that Emma is putting in her account, if Emma's still even doing it. Right? Yeah, I just showed that one there, Grammy. It's like she's raising her eyebrows to try and get all the wrinkles out of her picture, right? Out of her forehead for her picture. Okay, so give me about half an hour, I guess. I got to go and get Mama's place all locked up for the night because she's gone now for 2 weeks. So I got to go and do that. And I want to get some stuff put in my Jeep so I can get this stuff off my couch. So give me about 30 minutes, you guys, and I'll be back. It's up, so if they happen to come back while I'm out at the closing up my mom's place or whatever, you guys are still gonna hear it. I'm gonna take my phone with me so I can kind of keep an ear. So give me about 30 minutes and I'll be back. Please keep it classy and chat. Okay, I am back. Are they back yet? Adegini, yes, absolutely. Like he didn't do nothing to even fight for his life, right? Nothing. He knows he's cooked. Uh-oh. What happened? What happened? I don't see anything taken out of chat. What happened? What do you mean they were unruly? Oh, huh? I was going to say, okay, it must be a troll that came in because I know everybody here is really good. So we're still waiting. Well, it's been almost an hour. But I got 90% of the stuff that's got to go into my Jeep. I've got it in. My couch is now cleared, which is a blessing because my OCD was going through the roof. So that stuff is all off my couch. Is now in my Jeep. All the bags, it's like I got to fold them all up and put them properly in my Jeep because I don't want it a mess in the trunk area of my Jeep. But it's like a pain in the ass because if you don't bring enough bags, then you're screwed. If you bring too many, well, then it's a mess. Because we're not allowed to use plastic bags here in Canada. We're not allowed plastic straws. We're not allowed plastic bags. So when you go do your groceries, if you haven't bought the fabric bags, you're screwed. You get no bags. So you got to buy more. And I don't know how many times since this came into effect, I forgot to bring my bags. And I end up having to buy more. I think that's the scam. But I think by now it's been almost a year that we've had to use the reusable bags. I think a lot of people have caught on now and bring their own bags. But there has been time like I'm in a hurry or whatever. And it's like they're in the back of my car, but I forget to bring them into the store. Then you got to buy more. And I mean, they start adding up at 35 cents a bag. That's crazy. The wife and I are trying to get in the habit of using the reusable. Yeah, it's difficult. Like your whole life. You go to the store, they put something in a bag and it doesn't cost nothing, right? If you want a paper bag, it's 15 cents. If you want a reusable one, it's 35 cents. But the paper bags, you ever go to pick one of them up and the bag rip and everything go all over the place? Had that happen a couple times. There's only a couple stores that offer the brown bags, paper bags, but they're so thin that if you buy more than a bag of candy and a bag of chips, your bag's going to rip. So they're useless, and they charge you 15 cents for a bag. So, or 35 cents for the reusable ones. Even the reusable ones, some of the stores, they make them so thin that like if you got a bunch of stuff in it, like a couple of cans of canned goods and maybe a package of meat, and you put a box of cereal or a box of something in there, the box goes right through it and rips it. They're so cheap. 10 cents a bag. Well, that's probably equivalent to 15 cents a bag here. But those aren't the reusable ones, Shy. We're getting charged 15 cents for one of the paper bags. And the paper bags, it doesn't matter what you put in it. You can have 3 little things in it. The bag's going to rip. Or if you're out in the rain, forget it. The reusable bags are 35 cents a bag. And it's crazy. It's like, what do you use for your little garbage cans now? Like I've got a little garbage can beside my desk. I went to the dollar store and probably bought a case of the little plastic bags that you can put in your garbage cans just in case they get stopped from selling them too. Our usable ones cost from $1 to $2. Oh, really? Well, at Walmart here, the reusable small bags are 35 cents. If you want the bigger, thicker bags, yeah, they're like $3, $4. I'm not paying $3, $4 just because I forgot my bags in the trunk of my car. So anyway, I probably got like 300 bags in the back of my car. Anybody need some? Anyway, I got them in a milk crate, like a plastic milk crate, but I got to fold them up neatly and put them in there and whatever neatly. But I've got like a tundra tie down type mesh thing too in the back there. So I just wrap that around it so it doesn't go all over the place. So I got most of the stuff into the Jeep and I got Mom's place all closed up, her blinds all closed up and whatnot. And as soon as this comes back, I can rest. I'm hoping that they come back soon because it's 5 o'clock here. I got to make something for dinner. Okay, well, I'm going to go and make something for dinner. I've got my volume way up. Volume way up. Yeah, volume is way up on here. I got my speakers on. I'm not using my earbuds. I'm going to listen for it. If I hear them come back, I want to get my supper at least going. So I'm going to go and do that now while they are still out so I can be here to chit chat with you guys and that when they do come back. So hopefully they're back by 5:30. It's been almost an hour, so I don't expect them to be too long, you guys. I really don't. Now, I don't know, do they all, hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Oh, they have to unanimously agree. So this is what it says. In most states, a death sentence may only be imposed by a jury in a unanimous agreement. But in two recent cases, and this is September of 2023, but in two recent cases, defendants face the possibility of a death sentence despite the objections of the jurors. Under Missouri law, a judge may impose a death sentence when the jury deadlocks in the penalty phase. Okay, hang on, let's do this. And so in Idaho law, the jury shall not direct imposition of a sentence of death unless it unanimously finds at least one statutory aggravating circumstance and unanimously determines that the penalty of death should be imposed. So they have to all agree. So if they don't unanimously agree, then it's up to the judge to pass sentence. Okay, so I'm going to mute you guys. I will jump back on here if I hear that they are back. So let's keep our ears open, you guys. Hello, real angel girl. Nope, nothing yet. Nothing yet. I thought I heard something, so I rushed back over here. Okay, I'm going back to get my dinner on. I'm back. Hello, Marianne Wilton. I have come back. I've been in and out. I've been popping in and watching a little bit as my supper is getting cooked. Every couple minutes I gotta stir it. So yeah, it's been a ton of waiting. Thank you, Shy. I do keep popping back and forth to see what's going on, if anybody's in chat and whatever. Shy is here, so I'm not too concerned. I know she's got the handle on things, so if I don't answer right away, Shy is here, and if Shy can't answer, just give me a little bit because I'm trying to get supper done too. Well, hello, Marianne. Thank you, Shy. And say thank you to Wifey for us taking up all your time again today. I know she's great, so I think she's probably sitting on the edge of her chair too, waiting for these guys to come back. Well, I said by 5:30 they would come back. So let's see, we've got about 15 minutes left. Aw, she's so sweet. She is so sweet. Tell her we love her and thank her so, so much. What would we be with a juror 11 in the house? Okay, I'm going to mute for a minute. I just got to go and give it a quick stir and I'll be back. What did I miss? What did I miss? Still not back. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go only 2 out of 3 today. Just, oh, out of breath. I had to run next to her. Mummy is already gone on vacation, and they just delivered her meds that she had been waiting for. So I had to run next to her, get them, put them in her house, run back over here just as I was getting to sit down again. So no verdict yet. I've got 5 minutes or they're going to make a liar out of me. Okay, let me get this out of the way. I finished the diamond painting that I was working on, so I probably will start a new one tomorrow. Okay, let's see what I missed. Have I ever done? Okay, wait a minute. Lizzie, verdict came back guilty. Okay, I'm way behind. She loves you all too, she says. Loves you all too. She says, thank you for saving her wife. Oh, anytime. Anytime, Shy. Tell her I'd do it again in a minute. She can always reach out to me. Liz is still here. She's afraid she'll miss the verdict. Oh, you'll hear me. If you got your volume on, you'll hear me. Go, here we go. Grammy 3G says, Willow, have you ever done a reading on the infamous Lizzie Borden? No, and that she, I believe, is from Canada. I don't think she was far from some of my old stomping grounds. Marianne says she's biting her nails, nothing left. And Shy says, Marianne, I have to agree, only mine are fake. Oh, thank you, Shy. Liz says she's hoping for life. Is my poll still up? No, the poll's not up. Shy says, I'm an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Yep, especially when it deals with innocent kids. I agree, Shy, 100%. No need to be sorry. No need to be sorry, Liz. You know what? There's a lot of people that are against the death penalty. And I mean, I'm pretty much against the death penalty too. And you never have to apologize here, hun. As long as your comments are respectful and they're not attacking somebody in chat or attacking another subscriber or victims, you can say your opinion. Like, your opinion matters. As long as it's done respectfully, and you absolutely did it respectfully. And I respect your opinion. A lot of people aren't for the death penalty, hun. So you're not alone there. The only reason I'm in agreement with the death penalty here now is because of what he did. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here earlier, Liz, when I said if I was a juror, the things that would be going through my mind when deciding whether to give him the death penalty is Tylee, 16 years old. And this is going to hurt like hell to say it again, but I'm going to say it for the people that are here. Tylee, 16 years old. We don't know how she died. Was it quick? Then she was mutilated, burnt, and all of her body parts still have not been found. So she's still not whole yet. And then buried like a dog in a pet cemetery. JJ, obviously, they watched him fight for his last breath of air as they held him down, his arms duct taped, his legs duct taped, bruising on his arm showing that he was held down with a duct tape across his nose, his mouth, and a plastic bag over his head. They watched him fight for his last breath. They again threw him in the ground with dirt and rock and stones and boards and everything so he could never be found, in the hopes. Those two things right there. And how did Tammy die? We heard Garth's friend tell us that Garth told him when he got home after work, which was 1:30 in the morning, he found his mother on the ground, cold, frozen, on the ground. They waited 5.5 hours to call 911. He said his dad was nowhere to be found when he came home from work and found his mother on the ground, frozen. Was Chad driving Alex back to his car that was parked 1.5 miles down the road? Did Alex help off Tammy too? And he didn't get back in time to get Tammy hidden before Garth came home. But then Garth helped cover it up then. He's just as guilty. So that's why, to me, yes, death penalty. The real angel girl, Willow, how's your Jeep? Are you loving it? Well, I don't know. I picked it up yesterday and it's been sitting in my driveway ever since. I rushed there to get it yesterday and then rushed back here to get back in time for the verdict yesterday and then sat here with you guys. By the time everything was done with this last night, I was so tired. All I wanted to do was go to bed. This morning, I got up, I got this all ready, and I've been sitting online with you guys all day. So I haven't even had a chance to take it out of the driveway yet. It's gone from the dealership to my driveway. And that's where it's been. So I'm hoping, and then tomorrow I've got the live mini reads for you guys. So the first chance I think I'm going to have to take it for a boot is Sunday. So I do love it. I do love it. I just don't know how much yet until I get to finally drive it leisurely instead of just picking it up from the dealership and rushing home so I could get back online. Have your plugs in, Willow. Thank you, Shy. Yes, absolutely. Debates are welcome. Like I said, as long as everybody is respectable, and even if you are for the death penalty, please just be respectful. You know what I mean? That's all I ask. That's all I ask. Don't attack anybody here. Don't attack the victims. Attack the comment. Don't attack the victim. If you have a difference in opinion, we can debate that, and I have no problem with that. And I will always respect you. You guys have a right to your own opinions. So yeah, the poor kids, the poor kids. And that's what's in the back of my mind, you guys. Yeah, me too, for the families. Grammy 3G said, interesting that Garth said that Chad buried that raccoon behind the silver shed when Chad said that raccoon was buried in the pet cemetery, right? There was so many. Now, they've already tried to indict Garth through a grand jury, and they didn't have enough. But I think after his testimony and after this other stuff that's come out as to timelines and everything that's come out in the trial, if he found his mother when he got home from work at 1:30, then why did they not call 911 until 6 o'clock or 6:15 in the morning? Right? Oh, I appreciate you guys too. And I appreciate Juror 11 too. She's rocking it here. So yeah, Grammy 3G, I'm there with you. Like, I think that they may have enough after Chad's trial to indict him also. Now, Emma, did she know? She probably knew by the time Chad got arrested. She probably knew. All she was cared about was what do I do with the money? Okay, Dad, we're moving into the house now. We're going to get rid of our rental kitty corner from you, and we're going to move into the house. You want to move into a house? You have children where your mother was killed in her bed or just outside the door. If we listen to what Garth says, your mother was killed there, murdered. And where 2 children's remains were found mutilated and buried on that property, that's where you want to live. It's okay, Dad, we'll move in. What? And then you got John Pryor that says, oh, Chad, give me the money you got and give me your property. And now John Pryor owns Chad's property. And if Emma thinks that she's cozy living in that house, as soon as this trial is done, as soon as this verdict comes back, John Pryor is going to put that house up for sale, and he's going to get double what it's worth because of its notoriety. There's going to be crazy people out there that want it just because of the notoriety. And he knows it. And he's probably going to market it that way. That's how evil I think that man is. Yes, there will be a pre-warning. I think, Vera. I'm not sure. I'm hoping so, but I can't guarantee that. Court may come back and they're ready to go. I don't know. Let's see. I'm going to check over here. Okay, let's see if there's any update. So they went to start deliberating almost 24 hours after the guilty verdict was read. Almost 24 hours to the minute to when they came back with the guilty verdict on all the charges. They started deliberating again almost 24 hours exactly. Almost to the minute. Oh yeah, he can do whatever he wants. He owns that property now. Right, Garth and Emma? Yeah. The lowest membership shy is $4.99 a month, and you get access to early videos, you get the special emojis, and you get a little emblem beside your name. I did include everybody in all membership levels on the last t-shirt giveaway that I just did last week. But generally, if you are second tier, I do giveaways of sweatshirts, zip-up hoodies, shirts, you name it. Lives where we can just sit and chit chat and talk, or I can pull out the cards and do whatever you guys would. It's whatever we decide for the second tier. I haven't been able to do a lot on that tier lately, but I'm gonna be jumping back into for second tier, which is I think $14.99 a month. I'll be doing personalized lives for second tier members, and they get the better giveaways and stuff like that. So. But $4.99, you get to see the videos before anybody else. You get the special emojis. You get the little emblem beside your name that evolves the longer you're a member. You start off with angel wings, then you start getting the body parts and then by a year you got a full angel. Oh, is it $4.99 to $9.99? Okay. I'm sorry, I thought it was 14. So the first level is $4.99. The second level is $9.99. The $9.99 is where I do all the, members only chats, and generally that's where I do the giveaways. Like I will every couple months or so, I'll do a t-shirt or a sweatshirt or a zip-up hoodie or something. We'll make a draw for just the members at that level. So there's all different things. Thank you, Shy, for correcting me. I don't even know what my own levels are. Actually, I didn't even set them up. My daughter did for me, so. So there was something here somebody's commenting on that prior reminds the jury that the murderers have to go beyond the bounds of human decency to receive a death penalty. Chad Daybell was not actually present for the murder of Tylee. There were many other people present for the murder of JJ. Notice how he doesn't say anything about his wife, about murdering his wife. He only mentions that Chad Daybell was not actually present for the murder of Tylee Ryan. There were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. He doesn't say nothing about the murder of his wife. Exactly, Liz. I hear you. Oh, Liz, 72 years young. Aw, thank you, Vera Moy. Thank you so much. What? Shy, are you serious? I've been told 4 times now by Ellie that you can beat your kids as long as you don't leave marks. What? Wow. Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy. Here, if you are seen raising your hand, you don't even have to strike a child. Say it's your children, you're out on the front porch and you even raise your hand like just to threaten them, you're gone. You're in jail. That's why our younger generation here now, like in their teenagers right now, are out of control. You can't even raise your hand. Even if you have no intention of laying a hand on them, you're not even allowed to raise your hand to them. You can't curse at them. You can't scream and yell at them. You're gone. That's child abuse. Jeremy says Charles Manson wasn't present for all the murders carried out. Well, there's different rules for different states. I was going to say provinces. You can tell I'm getting tired. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. These guys wake you up really early when they start ripping up the street. So I'm anxious to sleep in tomorrow morning. Yeah, I wish it was like that everywhere. Yeah, you can't even, if somebody sees you raising your hand, even if you don't hit your kid to your child, you are charged with child abuse. Putting your kid in their room as punishment too often is child abuse. Yelling, screaming at your kid, child abuse. It's crazy. That's why the kids are getting away with murder now. And I'm not saying literally murder. Because you can't scold your kids anymore. You can't punish and parent your kids anymore. And the kids know it. Go ahead, raise your voice to me. I'll call Children's Aid because that's what it's called here, Children's Aid. And you'll be charged. Oh, yeah. And I have seen parents go to jail. I mean, they get out on bond, but then their kids are taken by children's services. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You cannot even punish your kids anymore. And that's why our younger generation, I'd say teenagers between, I'd say 10 and 18 now are out of control. Like elderly people can't even walk through one of our beautiful parks here because they're getting jumped by a bunch of 10, 12, and 13-year-olds and robbed or punched or kicked or knocked to the ground. There was an elderly lady. She was just out walking her dog and they wanted her purse. She had like one of those ones crossbody purses, I guess, with her house keys and that in it, walking her dog. And they knocked her to the ground. She broke her hip and then later died. And she didn't even have any money in her purse. All she had was like her keys for her house and some poop bags to pick up her dog poop. But they wanted that purse and she wouldn't give it. They knocked her to the ground. When she fell, she broke her hip. And she was in her, I think, late 60s, early 70s. Broke her hip, and because of complications with that, she died. 10, 11, and 12-year-olds did that. Like our youth here is out of control because of how harsh the laws are. You can't even give them a smack in the ass. Whether it leaves a mark or not, you can't. You're not allowed. It's horrible. It's crazy. Okay, I'm going to go and check on my dinner again. I'll be right back, you guys. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so you want to hear this? Okay, so remember I read you the part where it says Pryor, this is the last thing Pryor said before the jury went to deliberate. Pryor reminds the jury that the murders have to go beyond the bounds of human decency to receive the death penalty. So keep that in mind, because what he says about Tammy is sickening. He says they have to go beyond the bounds of human decency to receive the death penalty. Chad Daybell was not actually present for the murder of Tylee. There were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. So he's not saying that he wasn't there for the murder of JJ Vallow. His exact words, Chad Daybell was not actually present for the murder of Tylee. And there were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow, which means Chad was there. Then Pryor says that if Chad suffocated Tammy, it's not atrocious. He's finished with his closing statement. So if Chad suffocated Tammy, it's not atrocious. What? So he admits here with how he worded this, Daybell was not actually present for the murder of Tylee. And there were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. Pryor also said that if Chad suffocated Tammy, it's not atrocious. I'm done with my closing. That is disgusting. And the thing is that makes it out that he was there for JJ's murder is because Daybell was not actually present for the murder of Tylee Ryan. And then there's a period at the end of that sentence. The next sentence, there were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. He's not denying being there. Period. Then the next sentence goes, Pryor said that if Chad suffocated Tammy, it's not atrocious. Period. Here, I'll show it to you. Hang on. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see it. Okay. Stop sharing this one. Let me present this one. Share screen, window, this one. Look at this, you guys. It's right here. Pryor reminds the jury that the murders have to go beyond the bounds of human decency to receive the death penalty. Chad Daybell was not actually present for the murder of Tylee Ryan. Period. There were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. Period. So he's not denying not being there for JJ. Pryor says that if Chad suffocated Tammy, it's not atrocious. Period. He is finished with his closing statement. Right? What? That is gross. That's gross. So let me get the court thing back up so you guys will see and hear it when it comes up. Oh, crap. Hang on. I forgot to hit the share. Hang on a sec, you guys. Oh, what am I doing here? Okay. Okay, let me get this back up. I forgot to share the audio. State versus state. Audio share. Oh, you guys, I'm so tired. Okay. So that is crazy. Well, I was wrong, guys. I thought for sure they'd be back by 5:30. So they've been deliberating almost 2 hours. And I am going to keep refreshing this because I will get the 30-minute. If there's a 30-minute warning, I will see it here. And so far, nothing. So far, nothing, you guys. But I am going to keep it up so I can keep refreshing it to see if we got a 30-minute warning. Nope, no warning yet. No warning yet. Okay, let me get back over here. Shy's objecting. I think Pryor's defense made it worse for Chad, blaming Lori like Chad doesn't have a brain and just follows it along like a puppet. Yeah. But there, he says, Chad never hurt nobody until he met Lori. Well, wait a minute. Alex never killed nobody until he met Chad. And they became best buddies. So there's that, right? Pryor's an idiot. Yep, disgusting. Sickening, yep. Juror 11, objection, Your Honor. DP in order. That's why I think they are going to come back with the death penalty. That is just my thoughts. Is it going to be sad that somebody, I'm torn. How can I say, okay, let me go and stir this really quick and then I'll tell you why I'm torn. I almost went up my butt. Okay. Vera Moy says, on a funny note, I was called for jury selection last week, and when juror 11 was called, I thought of our own juror 11. I was sadly in the 20s. I guess you're not allowed to tell us which case it's for, or is it a well-known case, Vera Moy? Christina Isbell, 66. I just hit my 60, you guys. I just hit 60, so. Juror 11 would be happy to fill in. Okay, so like I'm torn. It's like, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm really torn when it comes to him. Usually I'm torn because even though I'm an eye for an eye when it comes to murder, sometimes there are things worse than the death penalty. And Larry said it best yesterday, right? Making him suffer in jail for the rest of his life would be torture. But then these kids would still be able to see him that have stood by him. Aw, Shy, thank you. Shy has become a member. Thank you. Wait, gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do. Wait a minute, gotta do this, gotta do this. Oh, my camera, damn it. Hang on, I gotta put my camera up. Start cam. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Shy. Thank you so much. Yeah, you'll see now when you hit on, let me get this back up full. When you click on the emojis, you'll see all the emojis that you can use now too, that are special to the channel. I'm going to change them up a bit because what was the one that we had hitting the gopher? That was for another trial that we followed. I think actually it was for the Suzanne Morphew trial when that was going on. And I'm hoping he's going to be charged again too. But yeah, so like I'm kind of torn because sometimes people can be rehabilitated. But him, no. There's no remorse, no nothing. This guy cannot be rehabilitated. Look at how he reacted. No apology, no remorse shown. He's sitting over there laughing like Lori. You crazy bastard. You need to be in purgatory for the rest of your life. That's what you need. So I hope when you do finally pass, you're in purgatory the rest of your life, Chad. No, they are kept. Dog Mom says, can you have a DP in general pop? No. There is a general population area that I don't know if they have a general pop in the section. There's a section in every federal prison that is set aside for death row inmates. Now, do they have a general pop within that wing? I don't know. They don't here in Canada. You are in an individual cell on death row. So I don't know if it's the same like that in the United States or if they do have like a general pop area for death penalty inmates. I don't know. But I know here they do not. You were in a single cell, locked up 23 hours a day. Yeah, I think that there would be a condition on it that he's not allowed to profit in any way from the crimes. Shadow of Lotus says, even if they don't come back with the death penalty, it'll be okay. Inmates don't like people who hurt children, women. Yeah, but he's going to be locked up with others that have done the same thing. Like they're classified. When you get to a federal prison, you are held in a single cell until you're classified to make sure if you don't have gang affiliations, stuff like that. So they're not putting opposing gang members together and stuff like that. There's a classification stage that you go through. He will be put in prison with people that have done the same crimes as he has. Can people get to him before that? I don't know. Yeah, Chad thinks he is God. In California, inmates are single cell lockdown 23. Well, that's what he's going to be on death row. I know in Canada, death row, you're locked in a single cell 23 hours a day. You get 1 shower a week. Yeah. I know here in Canada, if you're sentenced to life, especially for violent crimes like this, you are not allowed to profit off of your crime. His children will probably write a book. He can write letters and write stuff to his kids, and his kids could publish a book. Yeah, you're right, Paramoy. He could still get all the writings to his kids. I don't know if they'd allow it to go out of the jail, though. I don't know. But don't forget, he had a book that he was writing throughout all this. No word yet, Summer. We're still waiting. So I was wrong. I thought they'd be back by 5:30 right after lunch, but nope. So I was wrong. I'm 2 for 3, though. I'm 2 for 3. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Let me go over here and see if there's anything new. It's 6 p.m. here, you guys. I am starving like Marvin. Starving like Marvin. But I'm going to stick it out for the long haul. I was hoping that they would have came back already so I could at least go for a spin in my new Jeep. Yeah, I think there's actually a book on it. I think he was in the process of writing a book. Nope, not a tear, no emotion, nothing. Thank you, Shy. Show love, hit that like button. Yes, please. Please, please. I haven't even been able to take my new Jeep for a spin yet. It's sitting in the driveway since I picked it up yesterday. I picked it up at the dealership. I rushed home, parked it, and it hasn't moved since because I've been covering. I should get compensation. I should sue Chad. I'm honored to have you as a member too. Not only as a mod, as a member now too. I'm honored. So thank you so much, Shy. I appreciate you. More than you know. I want to do something special for the mods after this. I'm gonna need a little bit of a break after this. Like I said, tomorrow, I don't get a break tomorrow either, you guys. Maybe I can take a quick spin in the morning, depending on when I get up, because I got my live tomorrow for reads for you guys. I do the mini reads tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern. If you want a mini read, come on in and get your mini read. We will be live at 1 p.m. If a 4 p.m. Idaho time, maybe 5, we will get answers. I know they're not, I know they're going to come back tonight because they don't want to be sequestered all weekend, right? Because they are sequestered. So 4 would be 6 o'clock Eastern. So it's 4 o'clock right now in Idaho. And last night they went to like 7 o'clock Idaho time. I think it was around 9. Let me check. Let me check and see. If I can find out what time did they rest last night, you guys? Or when they were deliberating for Lori the night before, what time did they rest? Do you remember? At night? Christine's in Colorado on same time as the court. Let me refresh this. No. Been a couple hours, you guys. They went out at what, 4:15 my time? And it's 6 o'clock. It's almost been almost 2 hours. That's noon CST. Right now, where they're in court in Idaho, it's 4 o'clock, just past 4 o'clock. Christine, am I right there? It's just past 4 o'clock in Colorado where they're having the trial. It's 2:15. My time is 2:15. What? It's not 2:15 right now in Colorado. Oh, are you saying that's when they came back with the verdict for... They went out at 2:15, but what time? 2:15, the jury went out, but when did they get the verdict for guilty? Do you remember? Yeah, I know it's 4 p.m. now where you are, but when they got the guilty verdict for, not when they got the guilty verdict, they started deliberating at 2:15. When did they retire for the night? Because I know it was like late in the afternoon, really late when the jury got it. And they deliberated for a couple hours and then they quit for the night. What time did they quit at? 6:30? 6:30, they quit that night. Dog mom says they quit around 6:30. So that was like 7:30, 8:30 my time then when they quit, when they first went into deliberations that first night. They didn't get a verdict that night. They got it the next day. But when they stopped deliberating, it was around 6:30. Dog mom, when they called it quits for the night, 6:30 Idaho time. That's what I'm looking for. When did they quit that night? The very first night that they had the case. Because I know they didn't get a verdict that night when they first went into deliberations. So it was around 6:30, so 7:30, 8:30. Yeah, that'd be about right. About 8:30 they quit my time. So that's another 2.5 hours. Okay, so everybody's saying the same thing around 6:30, 6:30. So 6:30 Idaho time is 8:30 my time. So they're going to go till at least 6:30 before they quit for the night. Which is, we got 2 more hours, you guys. 2.5 more hours. Dog mom says I was on my way home from work. Yeah. Oh. I didn't think it was going to take them this long. I really didn't. I think they want a unanimous vote. I think somebody's holding out on the death penalty. So somebody's holding out, you guys. They're not in agreement. Hey, get in there, Juror 11. Which one is it? Yep, it has to be unanimous. If they come back and they can't have a unanimous vote, I can't rewind it to find out what the judge said. I guess I can, hang on. Okay, give me a minute. Let me see if I can find out what the judge said. It should be in here. Vera says, neither do I, but I get it. A man's life is on the line. I kind of go with life sentence just because I feel that that's a worse torture. Yeah. That's what Larry said too, Vera. Larry said the same things. There's some things that are worse than the death penalty, and that's living the rest of your life. The only thing that I don't agree is, you know what? Do you remember what Colby said? He'll never see his brother or sister or Charles again. If Chad gets a life sentence, his kids can go and visit him. He can still see his kids and everything. I don't think it's right. That's what's pushing me towards DP. Yeah, it will go to the judge. Okay, let me look it up. Because the judge did explain what he would have to do. Can the judge, without the judge saw, if not unanimous, it will be life without parole. He stays in prison for the rest of his natural life. Okay, let me look it up. Give me a second, you guys. Okay, I found it. Do you guys want me to play it? I've got it on my phone. If you guys want to hear it, I can only do the audio. Do you guys want to hear how the judge explains this? Who wants to hear it? If not, I'll just mute and listen to it myself. Okay, you want to hear it? Okay, here we go. The jury's coming in. That's why it's muted. It's quiet. Hang on, let me crank up.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, could you guys hear that? Put one in the chat if you could hear it. Okay, you could hear it? Okay, here we go. I'm putting it right up to my mic so you guys can hear it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this special sentencing proceeding. I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original set of instructions for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration.
Vera Moy, I'm just replaying the instructions that the judge gave the jury before they went. They're still deliberating. It hasn't come back yet. We're just going over the instructions because we're not sure if they can't come to a unanimous decision. We want to know what's going to happen, so we're just replaying it.
It means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested exceptional depravity. It might be thought that every murder involves depravity. However, exceptional depravity exists only where depravity is apparent to such an extent as to obviously offend all standards of morality and intelligence. The terms especially heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16, the state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts without more cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but you are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A life sentence without possibility of parole under Idaho law means that a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. If you find that all mitigating
Okay, so if they don't agree on the death penalty, then he's sentenced to life in prison without parole. Did I hear that right? Yeah, he probably figures he's safer on death row. Like, he didn't even put up a fight to fight to get the death penalty off the table. So I guess all the jurors are going to have to be unanimous with their vote. If they're not unanimous on the death penalty, then he's sentenced to life without parole. Let's continue to listen. We're just re-listening to it, you guys, just so we can understand it. I didn't really hear it all because I had so much going on when he did read this. So let's see what else he says.
Circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented, when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state, are.
I can't see them not finding all those mitigating factors. They're all there. So I can't see how, except for personal, which they're supposed to put aside, your personal thoughts on the death penalty you have to put aside. If all the mitigating factors are there, they have to choose the death penalty. That's what I think they may be having a problem with. I think somebody just is not for the death penalty in any case. So I can't see them coming back with any other verdict but the death penalty. Because all the mitigating factors have been reached, right? All of them. All of them. So I can't see how they can't. And that's the law. If the prosecution showed all those mitigating factors were present, they have to choose the death penalty. Now, if they find that there was a lot, but there wasn't enough, there wasn't all of them, or there wasn't enough, then they can say, no, there wasn't enough for that meets the criteria for death penalty. But everything has reached the criteria of the death penalty. So it's like anything short of the death penalty right now is somebody that had a problem with the death penalty across the board, regardless whether they met all the mitigating factors or not. They're not following the law. Kate Bell, thank you. I appreciate you. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, get my camera. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kate Bell. I appreciate you. Okay, so let's continue. I feel, is it just me? But I feel that if they follow the law, then they have to come back with the death penalty, whether they agree with the death penalty or not, because all the mitigating factors have been reached. Anything short of that, they're not following the law. But let's see.
Sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted.
Okay, so that's it. If they don't think there was enough mitigating factors to, let me just fix my mic again here now. I had it right down low for the phone. If they don't find that all or at least one of the mitigating factors have been met, then they just go for life, right? But all the mitigating factors have been met. So by law and the oath that they took as jurors, if all mitigating factors have been met, then they have to come back with the death penalty. Anything short of that, they're not following the instructions and they're not abiding by the oath that they took. Been running errands. Hello. Drive safe. Don't text and drive. Is Juror 11 texting too? Juror 11, if you're driving, don't at a stoplight. Okay. That's what my sister says too. Sister, look I'm at a stoplight. I'm at a red light. So still nothing, you guys. Still nothing. Okay, just give me a second, you guys. Give me a second. Because I gotta take care of something. I don't even want to get into it. But anyway, I gotta bring something to somebody to eat because he wants to come down and I don't want him down here while I'm doing lives. You know what I mean? He's an old man. He thinks. Anyway, hang on. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Yeah, I just brought him up something to eat because I heard him come out like he wanted to come down and maybe get something out of the fridge or whatever. So I just brought something up to him so he doesn't have to come down. He goes, "So how's the Jeep running?" I says, "I don't know. I've been online covering this Chad Daybell thing. I haven't even been able to take my Jeep for a ride yet since I picked it up at the dealership, brought it home, and it's been in the driveway ever since." Oh, again, thank you so much, Kate Bell. I appreciate you for your super chat. Okay, Mitch says I'm back home now. Can you get a quick recap since they went to deliberate? What recap? They're still deliberating. So there's really no recap. If you seen them leave to go and deliberate, they're still deliberating. No questions, no nothing have come to the court yet. We're still waiting for the verdict to come back. I'm getting hangry. I'm hungry. And I don't want to pause this, well, mute myself again to sit here and eat. Ugh. There, Veermore. Kamich, nothing burger. It's been a nothing burger. Yes, I agree. There's somebody holding out. There's somebody holding out. If someone doesn't want death penalty, they should not have picked it. Well, the thing is, not so much that they don't want the death penalty. You got to be, I think in voir dire, the question posed was, if the death penalty is following the law, if all the how do you say it? If all the parts are there and the law says if all those parts are there, it has to be the death penalty, then are you willing to give the death penalty? And if they didn't say yes, even if if they're against the death penalty, then they shouldn't have been on the jury, right? They would have been gotten rid of during voir dire, because this is about following the law. If all the mitigating factors are there that constitute the death penalty, whether they are in agreement for or against the death penalty, they have to give the death penalty. If that's what the law is stating. So if you get somebody in there now that says, well, you know what? I was never for the death penalty and I ain't going to say it, then there's a problem. Right? Ah, I see. No, it's saying for them to take this long, it's been almost 3 hours. For them to have taken this long, now take an hour for lunch. Still, it's been 2 hours they've had to deliberate, right? Somebody has to be holding out. And I keep on looking over here to see that 30-minute warning, and I don't see anything yet. I've got 3 different media outlets over here that I'm watching, and nobody has got the 30-minute warning yet. So Juror 11, we were ready to wrap this up 5 minutes after deliberations started. We were ready to wrap this up. What happened? What happened? I thought that this was going to be quick, you guys. So there, I was wrong this time. I said by 5:30, it's 20 to 7. Christine says it's 4:45 Idaho court time right now. I've got on my computer, it says 6:39 p.m. And we're 2 hours ahead of Idaho. Shai said 30 minutes. No, there's only X amount of jurors. The only time one of the alternates gets pulled in is if something happens to one of the jurors that are in there. So say one starts, it passes out and is on the floor. They would bring in an alternate, and then they would have to start deliberating all over again. So we don't want that. No, they can't bring an alternate in to help. The only time an alternate can go into that jury room, the deliberation room, is if one of the jurors that are in there has to be taken out for whatever reason. I wish I could send juror 11 in there. This would be over and done with in the next 2 minutes. Oh, what was that? Okay, hang on a sec. That's Mama. Hang on, I just got to answer my mom. Okay. She just wanted to know how our driveways looked because when she left, Papa Bear had to park in my driveway because they had her driveway all ripped up next door. So, but now both of our driveways are flat again. They're putting in the temporary water lines and all this. Oh God, I don't even want to think about it. Anyway, sorry about that. Juror 11 takes them all out. Only Juror 11, one standing. Yep. She's sending me messages. Yeah, so it looks like I'm gonna have to park across the street in my sister from a different mister's driveway because she's got an alley that runs behind her house where she can park. Vera May says, much like my dinner delivered, this jury is also delayed. Yeah, what's for dinner? Where's mine? Where's mine? Oh my gosh. Hope you don't get pulled over. I haven't eaten yet, you guys. I'm sitting here doing this. Vera Moy is having Thai. That sounds so good. I haven't eaten yet, Shy. I'm sitting here doing this. It would be rude of me to sit here and eat. Okay, let's see. see over here. Anything? Come on, you guys. Well, 15 more minutes and it's 7 o'clock, which means 5 o'clock Idaho time. Like don't these people want to go home? They haven't been home in 2 days. There's somebody there that wants to get away from home for a while. They want a paid vacay at a hotel. Aw, thank you guys. Aw. Well, I'm glad you guys ate. I'm glad. Yeah, I suppose I could turn the mic off and eat. It's just I like chit-chatting. Like, this is almost to an end, you guys. When are we gonna have a chance to chit-chat like that? Okay. See, eat well. During K-Burger's trial. It'll take a few minutes to munch. Yeah, we'll all get together again during Brian Kohlberger's trial. Because I think that's the next one that's coming up, right? We don't have another trial before that, do we? That's like still, like it's a year away. To be able to sit here with you guys and chit-chat and my mom says, "What? You're still working this late?" "Yes, Mom, we're waiting for the verdict." I don't know if Lori's is going to be streamed. I don't know if we're going to be able to stream it. Remember her lawyers, and she did not want her streamed. So I'm sure she's going to do that again with the Charles Vallow and Brandon Bordeaux. We didn't hear from Brandon today, but I'm sure that she says maybe. I says, "Come in and say hello, Mom." And she says, "Maybe." Let's see if my mom pops in. Let's see if she pops in to say hi. I just told her pop in and say hi. We can always have a chit chat schedule a Saturday chit chat about cases. Yeah, I do that too. Before my mini read session. So we have my mini read session tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Before that, we usually do a little chit chat session too about the cases that we're following and stuff like that. What's happened this past week. So yeah, I got that too, but it's not the same. You know what I mean? She said, maybe. I said, do it. So we'll see if my mom pops in. You'll see her come up as Fran. Oh. So yeah, we'll chit chat tomorrow about this. And the thing is, if this runs into tomorrow, if they don't get a verdict tonight, then I will probably put the reads off and put them back on Sunday again. Just for this week. Because from what I've heard is if they don't come back with a verdict tonight, they get back at it tomorrow morning, which means I ain't gonna have a day to sleep in at all. These guys out front there with all this machinery, they had me awakened at 6:30 this morning. And then I go out of my front porch and they're all sitting on my front porch. It's like, what the hell? On the stairs, everything. It's like, what the hell? There she is. There's Mama. There she is. Oh, I like the picture of you and Papa Bear on there, Ma. There's Mama. She came in to say hi. My monkster said hi, Miss Willow. Oh, say hi. Say hi back for me, Shy. But there's Mama. She came in to say hi. She says hi, Mama. Oh, there she is. She's saying hi to everybody. She can't believe that I'm still up. Like usually by now, Mom, where am I? I'm upstairs. Got my bed. I got like one of those electronic beds there, and I'm sitting there with the heating pad on my back. Usually by like 6 o'clock. So she is surprised that I'm still up and live. And she's saying hello back to everybody. Oh, you got everybody saying hi to you now, Mama. So yeah, let me refresh over here. Let's see if we've got 30-minute warning yet. Let's see. Cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross your eyes. Nothing. Well, that was useless. Now my eyes hurt. Aw. Mama's getting special there. She says, hi, Summer Dawn. I hope they come out before 5:30, 5:36. That'd be 7:30 my time. Real Angel Girl is saying hi to Mama. I hope so too. Like I am so tired. Like I said, I was up at 6:30 this morning. I messaged my mom, time to get up. She says, oh, just a few more minutes. No, get up. Papa Bear's gonna be here soon to pick you up. Get your suitcases ready and everything because she left today for a couple weeks. Okay, Ma. I will probably talk to you at some point in time tomorrow. Go have fun with Papa Bear. I forgot to cross my T. Thanks for stopping in, Mom. So there you go. And like I said, Ma, your driveway is all covered back up now, so we're good for the weekend anyway, but you're not going to be here anyway, so there you go. Okay, good night, Ma. I'll get to bed at some point in time tonight. Oh, all right, let's check over here again. And that's the worst part is once I do get the notification, we still got 30 more minutes to wait, right? So, which is a pain in the butt. Aw. She just got offline, Nana. But I will make sure that she sees that. Oh, I forgot to tell her that I finished that angel wing, the angel wing poster, the angel wing thing that I was doing, the diamond painting. I finished it, you guys. I finished it. Oh, hey, Debbie. Debbie says, go eat something. Yeah, it's probably gone cold by now anyway, but I guess I could throw it in the microwave. Okay, give me a few minutes, you guys. I'll mute. I'll go and heat up my dinner, and I'll be back. I will mute while I chew, so you guys don't listen to me chew. And I got to stay here so I can keep checking. Let me check one more time before I go heat up some food. To see if the 30-minute warning. No 30-minute warning. Okay, give me a few minutes, you guys, and I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. I wolfed down a little bit of food there, you guys, so my tummy is now feeling a little better anyway. So let me refresh over here and see if there's anything else up yet. Nothing. So it's 10 after 7, which means it's 10 after 5 there. So maybe once they're done dinner, they have dinner at what, 5? So maybe once they're done their dinner. The sly little buggers wanted lunch and dinner. They need to make a good decision on a full belly. That's cool with me. Sun's going down. Sun's going down, and where the sun is now, it's just above the rooftops of the houses, so it's like beating right in my window at an odd angle. And I don't want to close my blinds because then it'd be dark in here and I'd have to turn on lights and just more aggravating factors. It would. It'd be fun to do a get-together weekend. We just have to find a neutral place. Nothing's going to be neutral for me because I'm coming from Canada, but for all of yous that would want to get together, we'd have to find like a place in the middle. So it's fair to everybody. But if we're going to do it in the winter, it's got to be somewhere warm. Nebraska, right dab in the middle. Right dab in the middle of the United States. Don't forget, I'm on the east coast of Canada, you guys. To me, the most excruciating part is going to be trying to drive at 60 miles an hour when you're used to doing 120 on our highways. We have all the #1 zoos in the U.S. Ah, you're in Nebraska, Shy? You've probably told me before, but you guys know my memory. I remember that Miss Missy, she's in Florida. Marie Burke, she's out in California. Des is in Jersey. Rose is in Jersey. I'm in Arizona. You're closer to Canada. Not Eastern Canada. Arizona is, wait a minute here. I got to get up the map of the U.S. Don't judge. Okay. This is probably good. Okay, let's go to maps here. Maps of the USA. Okay, here we go. This is a good one. Okay, where was that? Somebody just said Arizona. Colorado. Arizona is near California on the west coast. I'm on the east coast. I'm near upstate. Whoa, that zoomed in too much. I'm near upstate New York. I'm like right on the Canada-US border. Tennessee is far. Like I know to drive from where I am, Ottawa Valley, to New York, like say to let me see here. Because I would want to drive to, what area is this? what is it? Like New York, Jersey border there where the Statue of Liberty is, that's like a 7-8 hour drive for me. So like I would drive to like Vermont, Massachusetts, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. I would drive to one of those areas. Tennessee is way down there. Like those are the closest places to me. Pennsylvania, New York, Jersey, New Hampshire, what's this? Connecticut, Rhode Island, Providence, Rhode Island. Otherwise, I'd have to fly in. Tennessee, 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 Washington State. Where's Washington State? Not Washington and Maryland, right? Washington State. That's all the way over on the West Coast, isn't it? Seattle's in Washington. Yeah, you're right up by the British Columbia border of Canada. I'm on the other coast. Washington's right on the farthest of the West Coast you can go to. I'm on the East Coast. California, I would love to go back to California because my first trip there was not memorial. Well, I'll never forget it, but it wasn't. I was 14. I'd ran away. And I made it with another friend of mine from the group home, Children's Aid. I was in Children's Aid most of my life when I was younger. And we ran away and we got, we had an uncle of hers that was a truck driver and he got us rides all the way to California. And we got into a San Francisco area and we got nailed. We weren't even there. Like we didn't even get to enjoy it. We got there it was late in the afternoon and we went and we were sleeping. We made like a little camp. We had a little tent, 2-man tent and everything. We were sleeping on the beach, hidden back in a little bit of bush, and we got nailed. And yeah, they had Children's Aid contacted and come and get us. Yeah, we should rent a big, huge Airbnb. Everybody split on it. Omaha. Let me find Omaha. What's Omaha near you guys? Let me see if I can find it. I found North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Minnesota. Like for me to drive, like North Dakota is below Winnipeg in Canada. Okay. Manitoba. North Dakota and Minnesota are just below Manitoba, Canada. And that's like a 4-day drive from where I am on the East Coast. So North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, that'd be a 4-day drive for me. Like I wouldn't be able to relax and have fun at all. Missouri. Let me see where. There's Missouri. Missouri's past Tennessee. I know to get to Florida, it's a 24-hour drive nonstop. It takes us 24 hours because we went there once on vacation and we had 3 drivers. So one started driving. We pulled over the side of the road. Somebody else would take over. And we drove almost 24 hours straight to get from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada to Florida. So that's a full day, 24 hours of driving to get to Florida. We have a place in northern Michigan. Michigan, I could cross over into Michigan from Windsor, Ontario. That's like a good day's drive. It's about a 12-hour drive to get into Michigan. Like just to get to the border of Canada and Michigan. Like I don't want to go through Detroit, so I would go through Sarnia. I don't know if is there a boarding crossing at Sarnia? Yeah, Point Edward. That would bring me into Port Huron Charter Township in Michigan. North of Marysville. What else is there? Between Marysville and Lakeport, Michigan, that it would bring me in there. That's like a 12-hour drive. That's not bad. And that's all through Canada, all through Ontario. So I wouldn't have to slow down my speed until I hit the US side. Ayr, that's in Ontario, isn't it? Ayr? Isn't Ayr in Ontario? Outside of Hastings? Well, this is interesting to do while we wait for this verdict. Omaha, is that like that? Especially born and raised. I'm still trying to find Omaha. Is that in Nebraska? Omaha. You guys are really getting me now. I've heard of Omaha. I thought it was a state, but it's not. It's in Nebraska, right? That's dead smack in the middle of the US, just below South Dakota. See, it's like a 4-day drive to get to Winnipeg, and then probably another day and a half to get down through North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska. To get to Nebraska, that's long. Yeah, Detroit's dangerous. I wouldn't want to go through Detroit. I've been through Detroit before. I would cross over the Sarnia US border there. Sarnia, I know people in Sarnia. Spin your wheel and pick a place. Yeah, I figured that out. I am so tired. Ayr is a tiny little town in Nebraska. We have an Ayr in Ontario, Canada, too. We also have a Hastings, which is in BC, British Columbia. Grammy says, ask your cards for the best gathering place. Cuba. Who wants to go to Cuba? Cuba's cheap. It's cheap to go to Cuba. For like $1,200 Canadian. So what's that? Like $800 for US? Even cheaper depending on where you're flying in from. Shai says, no thank you. You say no thank you to Cuba? The Bahamas. Oh, Shai saying no way to Cuba. My mom's gone. In the last year and a half, she's gone twice, and she's going again. Can you drive to Cuba? Because I don't fly. No, you can't drive to Cuba. Well, unless you go over on the boat from Miami. I would fly too. And I don't like heights, but wherever we do decide, though, it has to have beautiful beaches. Like, I'd like to be on the ocean. I want to be on the ocean. Jersey Shore. Let's all go to the Jersey Shore. Atlantic City. Go to the Jersey Shore. Ocean City. How's that? Ocean City. Jersey Shore. It's right on the ocean. And go to Ocean City. I'm afraid of boats. I guess I'm best suited for horseback travel. I love that. I love that. I love that. Oh, shit. I mean, crap. Let's check and see if there's an update. We're still waiting for the jury to come back with Chad Daybell's sentencing verdict, going on a little over 3 hours. One of the reporters is saying that it's her understanding is the jury decides when they are done for the night. They will come back tomorrow if they don't finish tonight. What? So they come in on a Saturday? You're going to screw up my mini reads. If we are back here waiting for a verdict tomorrow morning, you guys, I will move the mini reads to Sunday at 1 p.m. I was like, what am I going to get to go for a boot in my Jeep? Yeah, one of the jurors is liking being not having to cook and having a nice hotel room, probably got a pool there, room service. What the actual F? I don't like the ocean because of sharks. All you got to do is be able to outswim one person. I guess that wasn't funny, eh? The same as if a bear's coming at you, all you got to do is outrun one other person. Yeah, it's like a paid vacation. They got room service. They don't got to cook. They don't got to do dishes. They don't got to change their bedding or wash their sheets, or they got everything done for them. Meals, everything. What was that show, The Juror? Where that one guy pretended to be a juror and everything just so he could have the hotel and everything paid for him. There was a movie about that. Juror 11 says, knock them all out. It's just me. So when I seen one of the reporters update 6 minutes ago, it's like, yes. And it's like, no. The journalist just came back to say, we're still waiting for the jury to come back with the Chad Daybell sentencing verdict, going on a little over 3 hours. My understanding is if the jury decides when they are done for the night, they will come back tomorrow if they don't finish tonight. So they could go like till 11 o'clock if they want. They could go all night if they want. What? Juror 11, look who's here. Bad Monkey Videos. Nothing yet, Bad Monkey. I just checked, and the reporter said that they are still deliberating. They're still out. And they can go for as long as they want tonight. I think it's like one juror holding out. Hi, Bam. Where ya been? Look at Shy. Bad, honey. You get these two together, you get Juror 11 and Bad Monkey together, oh my gosh. You're in for a treat. So Nana says, yes, the jurors decide their time. I hope your breathing thing went good, Nana. We're still here. I still haven't been able to take the new Jeep out for a drive. Bad Monkey says, been watching the trial here and there after work. Oh, will they maybe come back after dinner? Like, I think there's like one juror holding out because they want to live in luxury for a minute or two. Nothing, 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 nothing. Okay, back to the map. So you guys didn't tell me. Atlantic City, Ocean City, Jersey Shore. You gotta go in the ocean. There's probably pools. But it'd be nice to lay on the beach. Sea Isle City, Avalon, Cape May Wetlands Wildlife, Stone Harbor, Wildwood, Wild Crab Beach, Diamond Beach, Cape May. Let's go to the Jersey Shore. We can walk along the boardwalk. Where's the boardwalk? I'm trying to find the boardwalk. Don't mind me, you guys. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just looking for the boardwalk. Where's the board? Surf City. There it is. I think this is it. Is that the boardwalk? Yep. There it is. I think that's the boardwalk. Surf City. North Beach. Long Island Beach. There's a boardwalk there somewhere that you can walk along, and it's like sand on one side, and it's all shops and everything on the left, and they got a big Ferris wheel and everything there. I just can't find it. That's where I want to go. And you can play games and everything along the boardwalk. That's where I want to go. I want to go there. Where that big beach is. I'd have to find it. Somebody showed it to me once, and I forget where I seen it. Liz planning your next vacay. Yep. Miss Horsmus versus Virgin Beach is pretty. Where's that? Oh, the boardwalk's in Atlantic City? Okay, let me go look again. Pull up Atlantic City. Fishing Pier. I'm looking. I think it was in Ocean City. Ocean City Beach. Pancake House. Yum. Oh, there's the boardwalk. It's in Ocean City. Ocean City Boardwalk. There's the boardwalk. It starts at St. James Place, OCBP Lifeguards Station. And the boardwalk goes all the way along Ocean City Boardwalk. Classic beach eats and amusement park. That's it. That's the one that I was showing before. And they got Ocean 7. They got the pavilion. They got the forum. They got all kinds of hotels, motels, whatever. Shore Beak Resort, Ocean Manor, Tahiti Inn, Beach Club. 4.6 stars, the Beach Club. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, there's arcades. There's everything here. Anyway, I'm actually getting sore now from looking at that. But that would be nice. That would be a nice little getaway. But wanted to visit the West Coast. Yep. There's a couple of our mods that live out on the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast. If I do West Coast, I gotta fly. I can't drive. I'm in the East Coast. Hellhole on Boardwalk. Where's that? Grammy 3G says, I took Highway 101 from Washington to California years ago. Very scenic. Bad Monkey says, I'm in the middle. No coast for me. Yeah, I'm on the east coast of Canada. Well, I'm at the border of Ontario and Quebec, and I'm not far from the Canada-US border. Middle coast. I love that. Yeah. This Horse Whisper says, I got to see the ocean from San Diego several years ago. It was beautiful, yeah. I want to see the dolphins and stuff. I always wanted to go swimming with the dolphins and never got a chance. Both times that I was in Cuba, I never got the chance to go. The one time I was sick as a dog, and the other time we just didn't have enough time left. We had done too many other things. And the last time my mom went to Cuba, she comes back and what she got pictures of her swimming with the friggin' dolphins. Jeopardy music. Isn't that Final Jeopardy, that music? Oh my gosh, the sun has almost gone down. It's behind the houses now across the street. It's like going on 8 o'clock here, you guys. Like, unless it's a holiday or Christmas or I got company over, I'm never downstairs this late. I'm always upstairs. I put the ultramatic bed up in a certain position, get all comfy, put the heating pad on my back. But I've been getting up and walking around and stretching and yelling at the construction guys and checking my driveway and Kate Bell's watching Jeopardy. What's the question? Or what's the answer? Give us the answer and we gotta figure out the question. The source visitor says, I remember laughing at the speed limit signs on the sidewalks. I was from a small town. We barely had sidewalks. Oh, wow. Oh, Bad Monkey. You missed it. It was like yesterday morning. I had to go pick up my new car. And I look outside and they're starting to rip up my driveway because they're ripping up my whole street. They're doing all the sewer and water lines and all that crap. I said, whoa, 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 guys. I gotta go and pick up my new vehicle. I need out of my driveway. So I parked across the street in my sister from a different mister in her driveway because she's got another exit where you drive right through to the back, and then there's a laneway behind her house that goes out onto one of the main roads. So I parked over there so I could at least get out, get to the bank, get the bank draft and everything so I could go and pay for my vehicle. And then came back. I still couldn't get in. So I had to park across the street again. It's like, okay, guys, like when I get my new vehicle, it's going in my driveway. So you better have my driveway accessible by the end of tonight. And then when they did do it, they only left me like 4.5 feet, 5 feet wide. And it's like, no, 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 no. You got to fill in a little bit more on the sides. I ain't putting my new vehicle in the big hole you guys just dug. So there's like a 5-foot hole on each side of my driveway. They had to dig right down to the main lines or whatever. I don't know, but it was like 5 feet deep. And all they did was close in like maybe a 5-foot section for me. And it's like, I'm backing up, bud. No, I got a huge vehicle. Like compared to my little Hyundai I had. I got a big vehicle coming. It's going to be the first time backing up with it into my into my driveway. You better make that wider. They weren't happy with me, but too bad. I can't believe they've gone this long either. Going on 4 hours, you guys. Yeah, I got to put it on my lower back because the last scan that they did, if you guys were around in December when I fell down the basement stairs and I fractured my tailbone, fractured a couple ribs, fractured my tailbone. That's what they seen in the x-ray. So when they did the MRI, they found out that I also fractured my S1 and it didn't heal properly because it's a totally different, I should have been doing things a lot different than what I was to just heal my tailbone. And so because I wasn't doing things properly to heal the S1, it's now, it hasn't healed up. It's the fracture's still there. So now I'm waiting to see a neurosurgeon because of all the feelers and everything that's around there, around your spinal cord and all that garbage. It all joins or something down there. I don't know. I know it's just a cluster F. So the only thing that helps is like, thank God I got this bed. It's not an Ultramatic, but it does the same thing as an Ultramatic. It's a different brand. So I put it like, so my legs are up a bit, that takes some pressure off my butt and my back a certain way that there's no pressure on my butt. And I put the heating pad on and it does help. Oh yeah. And I just didn't just fall down the stairs, like boom, 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 boom down the stairs. No, I went up in the air and came down and landed on the stairs. And I already had a broken back from a previous injury, like 30 years ago, 35 years ago. I was in a car accident and broke my back. And so I had bad injuries on my L4, L5 that were really bad before I fell down the stairs. So this just made it worse. And then in the process, I fractured my L4, my L5 is now messed up even more. Fractured my, so I added fracturing my tailbone and fracturing my S1. So yeah, it was painful. I was in bad shape there for a while. I pushed through, but Fat Monkey says, I have an idea for a sentence. Chad could be sentenced to listen to Pryor talk for eternity. Well, he could, because John Pryor owns his house now, right? There's going to be some conversations when when this verdict comes back. I guarantee you within a couple weeks, he's going to have that house up for sale. And Chad's going to be calling him up going, what are you doing, man? Kicking out my daughter out of the house. You said you wouldn't do that. And Pryor's going to try and cash in on the notoriety of the house to get probably double the price. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I wouldn't change it for nothing. Yeah, I don't know if they have stuff like that here. everybody in the US is, oh, Canada, your health, all your health stuff is covered. It is. Well, 99% of anything health related is covered if you make under like $150,000 a year. Like we don't have to pay for operations and stuff like that. It's covered by our healthcare system. You pay into the healthcare system every year, depending on what your income is, right? But the thing is, the quality is not the same as you would get in the States. Like if for this surgery, for like, I got to go and see this neurosurgeon, and he's in the big city. So I ain't going to go to anywhere else but a big city because they got the best doctors. I'd like to go back to Hamilton because they got the best doctors, Hamilton, Toronto. They got the best doctors around. Everybody wants Hamilton and Toronto in Ontario. Hamilton, Toronto, Ottawa. But if I had a choice between Hamilton and Ottawa, I would go to Hamilton. Yeah, so if you don't make $100,000 a year, your health covers, you're basically covered. Like for my bracket, I pay in $800 a year. It's still really cheap, but like people who make under a certain amount don't pay anything. And then it goes up. The next bracket you pay 200. The next bracket you pay 400. The next bracket 6. The next bracket 8. So it depends on what bracket you fall into. But even here, making $100,000 a year Canadian is only like what, 70,000 in the US? Because our money isn't worth as much as yours. Shy has me up on her TV. Hi. Well, that's how it works in Ontario anyway. I don't know how it works across the rest of Canada, but I know in Ontario, it's a tiered health system. And money talks. Like this surgeon, if he says to me, he says, I can only get you in 6 months. If I turn around and tell him, here's 10 grand, guess what? I'll be in Monday. You know what I mean? Like paying off the doctor to get me in sooner. For Vera Moy, for almost all of the population, I'm not going to say it's free because there are some things that aren't covered, but it's very minimal. Like all our kids, if you have kids under the age of 18, all their dental, eyewear, everything's covered. Everything for them is covered. If you're an adult over 18, 95% of your health care is covered. Now, if you make a lot of money, like say a single person like me, say I'm making $150,000 a year, if putting in $1,000 towards the healthcare system is going to break me, there's a problem. So what they do is it's like, okay, look at, you make a certain amount of money, you can afford to put in $200 a year. It's not a month, it's a year. Nothing from the court yet. Let me refresh it and check. Nope, nothing. So, I mean, for the money that I was making, because I'm retired now, but for the money that I was making to pay $800 a year for healthcare, and that covers you for everything. Like if I got to go in and have surgery on my back, it's covered. I don't pay nothing. That covers my rehabilitation, everything. You know what I mean? So, well, if you're making $16,000 a year, Miss Horse Whispers, you wouldn't have to pay anything. If you make under, I think it's $50,000 a year, you don't pay anything into healthcare. It's all the people that make above 50,000, like from 50 to say 55,000. If a single person that makes 50 to 55,000 puts $200 a year into the healthcare, you're taxed $200. for the year. And then you're covered for everything, like everybody else that's in a lower tax bracket. If you make between, say, 55 and 60,000 a year, you're paying 400 a year for health care. Christ, I pay more than that to get a tooth pulled. You know what I mean? I pay more than that for a nice dinner out. So it's really not that expensive. But if you have the means to pay something in, I think it's even paying $800 for a year for healthcare. That's less than $100 a month. That's like $65 a month. I just pay it with my income tax. But anyway, you're covered for the year. I paid more than $800 to get an extraction with x-rays and everything done for my tooth. It cost me more than that. So, you know what I mean? It's like our insurance is around $1,000 a month. A month? Like I make, well, when I was working, pretty good money. And I don't pay that for a whole year. I know I'm waiting for my evaluation to come back because this is the second year now that I've been retired from my normal job. And I know that my premium's going to go down. I was paying $800 a year. And I think it's going to probably go down to about maybe $500-$600, which is still, I'll pay $500-$600 a year. Like that's not even for $500-$600. That's not even one night in a hospital bed. You know what I mean? In the US, what's it cost you to stay overnight in the hospital? Yeah, when I was working, I had private insurance too, but even if you have private insurance here in Canada, if you make a certain amount of money, you have to start paying in. And it's helping out the low income people. So their health coverage is covered, especially, you know, you got a single mom that can't go out and work because she's got a baby at home. She's got full health coverage. You know what I mean? Unless she's got millions in the bank. They're not going to suffer. They're going to get the same kind of health care that I get. So it's like, I wouldn't even care at this point to have to pay in $800 a year for healthcare. I wouldn't even bat an eye at it because that covers you for the year. Say you end up you get a broken leg. What's that going to cost you? There's a question for somebody in the US. You're out bike riding, you fall off your bike, you break your leg, you got to go to the ER, you got to have your leg set and a cast put on. How much is it going to cost you? How much would it cost you in the US? You fall off your bike, you break your leg. You got to go and have that leg set and put a cast on it. How much is it going to cost you? High copays and a $2,000 deductible after the out-of-pocket max of $10,000. Wow. $2,000 deductible. Quality is subjective. Some of the hospitals around here, quality isn't subjective. It's a fact. Doctors don't want to be working in these smaller hospitals because they're not getting the pay that they would get in one of the larger cities. So you don't get the same quality of service. You don't, because they don't want to be there. So they try and see as many patients as they can and get them out the door so they can bill more for each patient. Summer Dawn. Okay, so Miss Horse Whisper says, Summer Dawn, similar. Had a stroke and heart attack without insurance. They only kept me for 1 week and the bill was almost $250,000. See, that here would be all paid. You would have zero bill. Zero. You could be in intensive care for 3 months here, and you don't get a bill for it. You can go in and have your baby. You don't got a bill for it. You go in and you get pregnant. You get your gynecologist and your family doctor. Between the two of them, you get to see the both of them. You get all the prenatal cares and everything else, and the delivery, everything. It's all covered. Miss Horse Whisperer says not all of our doctors accept state Medicaid. What's Medicaid? Is that like an insurance thing? See, the doctors here have to accept OHIP. What our healthcare system is called is OHIP. Here in Ontario is OHIP. And every doctor that works in the province of Ontario has to accept OHIP. Bad Monkey Video says, if I have a pre-existing conditions, can I move to Canada? If you get into Canada legally, even illegally, your health coverage is covered. Anything happens to you, it's covered. Like we had a lot of people sneaking across the border, and some of them got injured, whatever, free health care. Medicaid is low income insurance. You got to pay for Medicaid? It's state paid insurance. Oh, see, that's basically what OHIP is. Well, no, it's not, because it's not an insurance. It's run by the federal government. Like everybody in Ontario, everybody that lives in this province is covered. Whether you make $500,000 a year or you make $1,000 a year, you are covered. It's just if you make a lot of money, you got to pay in a little bit every year to help cover the ones that the province is covering fully. Everybody's covered, and no doctor here can deny you anything. Like every doctor that works in this province accepts OHIP. They have to. It's a law. See, and what happens here is if you have insurance through work, what it does is it covers above and beyond what you would normally get. So instead of being in a hospital room with 3 other people, they call that a ward. There's 4 beds in a room. You can get a private room. You can get a TV. You can get, that's what, like for hospital room stays, those are the added benefits. If you have private insurance, they get you up to the next level. So you're not in a ward, you're in a private room. You get a TV, you get a phone, you get this, you get that. But here, you don't got to go searching for help for anything. It's all automatic. I could probably fall off my chair. Well, look at when I fell down the stairs. My x-rays, my MRIs, everything is covered by OHIP, which is our health benefit here in Ontario. That alone would have cost me more than what I pay for the year. But like I said, you don't pay a premium for the year unless you're in a certain tax bracket, unless you make enough money to start paying. And I think it starts at like 50,000. You have to make at least 50,000, and then it's like $100 or $200 that you pay into the healthcare system in Ontario for the year. Miss Horse Whisper says, I was actually crying and embarrassed when my doctor suggested I might qualify. Hey, you know what? Take the help where you can get it. Like, I remember when I was growing up, like before I ended up in children's aid when I was like young. But I remember my mom struggled. Like she wouldn't work. She was too busy doing other things. But anyway, we won't get into that. And we struggled. And I was grateful for the help that we could get. You know what I mean? Because my mother wasn't going to do anything to make our situation better. Never be ashamed to ask for help or get help. Oh my God, I am fighting to stay awake. It's 8 o'clock and still no news. No news yet. So 8 o'clock is 6 o'clock. Will they let me work remote? Monkey says, I'll move in with you and hubby, Shy. Oh, what? Proteins and enzymes for digestive aids. Oh, cool, Shy. I got the, where is it? The Align probiotics. Digestive, oh, you can't see it. Let me move some stuff. Start my camera. See, this is what I use. The Align probiotic. Because I got celiac disease. I'm gluten intolerant. So I use this. And it's great. Do you guys make that stuff? Yes, me and wifey, not me and hubby. Would not her and hubby. Absolutely, Vera. Safe place for everybody here. I won't let nobody pick on anybody. I guarantee ya. Especially when I'm tired and cranky. At least I'm not hungry. So the last I heard, was like 50 minutes ago. Did you guys see my new cards I finally got? Let me see. I finally got them. Cost me like almost $80 Canadian because I had to pay duty and everything because I could only get them in the States. They don't sell these in Canada. So I had to buy them from the US, Amazon, and they charged me duty and all kinds of stuff on it. But I'm glad I got them because I've been wanting these for a while. Monkey says I have to pick on Shy. She's my bestie. Absolutely. It wouldn't be the same if you didn't. Miss Horse Whispers, there is no shame in accepting help. Court won't leave us hanging and just call it a night without saying anything. No, they'll say something. One of the reporters will say something. They'll be notified that the jury, just like when they started their deliberations. Look at how my hands look in this light. Ooh. Anyway, they came on when they first started deliberating for the first part of this and said the jury had rested for the night. So, and that was like about 8:30 Eastern the other night. And I'm still not seeing nothing. 51 minutes ago was the last update from any of the reporters. Yeah, I'm kind of getting a little bit worried too, Norma. Let me just read. Still nothing. No updates. Are you going to do a read? No, actually, I just took them out to show you guys that I finally got the crime scene deck. Hattie Ward, good night. Have a good night's sleep, hon. It doesn't look like we're going to get a verdict tonight. So, which means if we don't get a verdict tonight, you guys, I'm going to be moving the mini reads from tomorrow to Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern, because we will be covering this tomorrow. I love the Olive Garden. Yeah, it's a cool deck. Like some of the, let's just one there. What are these cards that fell? Let me get my glasses. Where's my glasses? I don't have my glasses on. I can't find my glasses. So this says surveillance cameras may provide important clues. So this is for like a lot of the reads that we do on some of these cases. Forensic science field will prove important clues. That's pretty good. Let's see another one. Killer profile indicates narcissist or sociopath. Let's see another one here. What's this one say? Important details are not being revealed to the public at this time. What's this one? This one says, someone coerced the killer into murdering the victim. What's this one? Victim stalked by killer. So yeah, there's a lot of good cards in here to answer a lot of the questions we have in some of these cases. I love these. I got a couple new ones, you guys. Some of you guys haven't seen the new ones. I got this deck is new. This deck is new. I got the Broken Mirror. These all came from the States, so I paid like almost double the price for them. I got 3 new decks, and it was like $168 Canadian for 3 decks. For this deck, and this deck. Broken Mirror. Let's pull a couple from the Broken Mirror. Broken Mirror talks about distractions. Temptation, always busy, kept you waiting. What's this one? Broken Mirrors, addictions, roller coaster, toxic connection. A love affair. Love affair. Secrecy, third party, hooking up. Somebody got an STD. Hiding their true feelings, deep emotions, secretly in love, cold and detached. So there's different meanings for like different reads that you're going to be doing, right? Cold shoulder, a breakup, distance, separation. So this is another new deck that I got. Somebody living a double life. Somebody living a double life. I used this deck in the Sebastian case, and whoa. Let's see this one. This one's called What's the Vibe? Look at distance, divorce, ghosted, separation, thrills, continuous cycles, bad decisions and addictions, tension, somebody stressed out or having migraines or worry. I mean, it all depends on what else is with it. You can figure out what, which one applies to what. Well, those are the 3 decks that I got, and I just love them. This one too, I really like. I've had this one for a while. This is What's the Tea? I've had this one for a while. Moving on. What's this one? Bad reputation. Photo proof. Somebody's got proof of something. Queen Rising. Same shit, different day. We got this one in the Sebastian Rogers case when we were asking about how Chris was feeling. We got this one. So these are a few of the decks that I got recently, and I just love them. Love them, love them, love them. They're really precise, and they do bring out the answers that we want to know. Okay, let me refresh again, see if there's anything. Nope, nothing. I don't think they're going to come to a decision tonight, you guys. Spicy cards. Yeah, these are more for like the cases, the true crime cases that we follow. I've got other decks. I've got in total, I think 120 decks. I've got decks that are used for relationships. I got decks that are for like other things like that you want to know. All kinds of different relationship reads, past loved one reads. I've got decks for almost every topic you can imagine. But these ones here are basically for the true crime. The ones that I've got here that I just showed you. I use those for the true crime. I also use them for readings. Certain decks, like What's the Vibe? I use this a lot in my mini reads because this will give you indication of things that are happening that you're not aware of. Hermit, harmony, isolation, suffering in silence, intimacy, feeling trapped, narcissist. So it all depends on what decks you use with them and what cards come out with what cards. Can change the whole vibe of what came out. Yeah, I got at least 120 decks. I've got, let me see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I got 20 decks on the side of my desk here. Like my desk is an L shape. Like it's shaped like an L. And on this part over there, I've got like a hutch on it. So on that, it's got 2 drawers in it, and it's got a shelf that you can put stuff in. But on the top of it, I've got specialty made boxes for me that hold all my decks of cards. And then I've got a drawer here, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 decks in the drawer. And it's like, it's got the slots like this, so you can, your cards are all sitting like this, like a spice rack. You know, if you put them spice rack things in your drawer. And I've got 18. So I've got like 20, 38 decks around me right now. Oh, 39. 39, because I got one sitting here. And I've got my Ancestor deck and my bumper deck. So I got like 40, 41 decks sitting around me right now. These are the ones that I'm generally drawn to. And I've got tons more upstairs. I've got what used to be my read room upstairs in my, I got a spare bedroom upstairs. It's a smaller bedroom, so I used that as my read room when I first started doing reads online. And that's the room that I used to, when I have customers come in for a read, instead of sitting down here in the open, that's where I do their reads, is up in the read room. And I've got shelves all around there with another desk where I do the reads on that desk. And then on the wall, I got shelves that hold all the other cards. So, okay, let me refresh this. Nothing yet. I'm getting stressed out. I would do some card pulls, you guys, as we waited, but I haven't. Let me just get this out of the way. Before I do reads, this is just some of the things that I use. I do my meditation. I got my holy wood here, essential holy wood. I got my smudging that I smudge the area. I do light work with the holy wood to clear any unwanted energies or spirits from the cards and from my space and myself. And I do all this before I even start the read. So like when I'm doing, say when I start the mini reads, I've already done an hour and a half of meditating, smudging, stuff like that, clearing all the cards, clearing all the cards around me just in case, you know, I need to pull from another deck. If I'm drawn to it, I want them all cleared. And this is a turkey feather. I use that for my smudging. But this is all stuff that is done behind the scenes that you guys don't usually get to see, right? But I won't do a read unless I've cleared my cards and cleared my space and protected myself. And then I've got my candle here that you guys don't get to see usually because it's off to the side, but this is my candle holder. It's got the angels all around. I put my candle in here and I light my candle, and it's usually sitting right over about here when I'm doing my reads. I keep it close. So this is all the behind the scenes stuff that usually I save for members. I do this in members only chats and stuff. Share a little bit of behind the scenes, show you guys a bunch of stuff that I got, things that I use that you guys don't generally get to see. Me too, Willow. Would be so much fun to hang out. Yeah, it'd be fun. Yeah, I bet some of them are struggling. Oh, thank you, Norma. The monkster is in awe right now. Oh, I feel we'd all get rowdy. Willow. Shy. Willow. Shy. Oh, let me refresh this one more time. I think we're losing the battle here, you guys. Oh, still nothing new. Okay, so 2 minutes ago, one of the reporters said, still nothing new. Some spectators were just asked to move from a certain area close to the courtroom, but no news as to why. Okay. Maybe, well, it could be one of two things. Either they want that area cleared because they've got a verdict, or they want that area cleared because the jurors are going to go home and they don't want the jurors interacting with any of the spectators or journalists or anything like that. So some spectators were just asked to move from a certain area close to the courtroom, but no news as to why. That was 2 minutes ago. That was put up. See, I start yapping and we miss it. It may be a good sign or it may be a bad sign. We don't know. Let me just finish this. Somebody here thinks that they don't continue until Monday. No, if they don't come to a verdict tonight, you guys, they come back in tomorrow. Okay, let me refresh. Come on, tell us. Why were they asked to move? Okay, 9 seconds ago, the reporter said, if anyone is interested, I will be calling into Courtroom Insider tonight at 6:30 p.m. with Nate on News Now to talk about today's hearing and what could be next for Chad Daybell, unless we get a verdict in the next hour. That was put out 9 seconds ago. But apparently some spectators were asked to move away from a certain area close to the courtroom, but no news as to why. And then just like 3 minutes later, they put out another, okay, let's refresh. Why were they asked to move? So it's one of two things. Either they're getting ready to bring the jury. No, because the jury comes in through the back room, courtroom, right? So this must be that they are going to be bringing out the jurors to go and take them to sequester. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Because if it was for a verdict that they were asking the spectators to move, the jurors don't even go out in the hallway for that. They don't go outside of the back room of the courtroom. Like nobody sees that. That's where the judges' chambers and everything is back in that area where the jurors go through to get to their deliberation room. So for them to ask spectators to move away from certain area close to the courtroom, I'm going to say that I think it's because they're going to take the jurors to the motel for the night, that they're going to rest for the night. And if that's the case, then they will be back deliberating again tomorrow. Now let me see if I can get... Okay, let me pull up a different reporter. Hang on. Let's see what he says. He's not giving no updates whatsoever. I'm looking, you guys. Oh, there's people on Twitter. Oh my God, it's going crazy. They're saying, can we have John Pryor serve some time with Chad Daybell? Oh my God, some of these comments. Well, East Idaho News stopped streaming it. So I'm thinking that they got notice that that they're resting for the night. Right? Yeah, they would have, I don't know. I don't know. Flyer B says, wouldn't they have a back way out of the courthouse so no one takes a picture of them? I think there's a side door that comes out of the side but into the hallway area, and then they go out through the back, but they have to come out of the courthouse, out of the court back quarter. I don't know. Don't listen to me. I'm so delirious right now. I'm so tired. But I'm thinking they asked the spectators to move away from a certain area close to the courtroom. That could be an exit where they come out from there to go down the back stairs. I got to turn off my camera. That's what could be happening there. And that's what I think it is, because East Idaho News stopped streaming. They were doing exactly what we're doing right now, keeping on talking, keeping the stream going. I've been live for 10 hours, you guys. 10 hours. No, I don't think so. Mariah says, does anyone know if Emma sold her other home down the street? Emma was living in a rental. They didn't own another house down the street. She was living in a rental. And then when she had that conversation with her dad, when her dad was in the back of the cop car, she said, well, we were already telling the landlord we were probably going to move out anyway. So we're just going to move into your house now, Dad, where you killed my mom and buried 2 kids in the backyard. We're going to move in there. We're going to tell our landlord and give our notice to the landlord. We'll just move in, Dad. So no, it was a rental that they lived in. That wasn't owned. Oh yeah, my voice, my throat is killing. 10 hours. 10 hours. Okay, let me refresh over here. Nothing new. I think they also, where it says courts in recess, they usually end the stream too. Right? I don't know. I don't know how that works. Sometimes the stream's left up, sometimes it's not. Let's see this. Live videos. I don't know if they're going live over here. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a verdict tonight, you guys. No updates in the last 10 minutes. So why they were, it was 15 minutes ago when the reporter said, still nothing new. Some spectators were just asked to move from a certain area close to the courtroom, but no news as to why. see this. Insider should be starting soon. I'm on East Idaho's news.com. I can't even read sections. Insider. Rexburg. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let's see this. Let's see if there's anything here. They're supposed to be live at 6:30. Let's see. I don't see nothing. Or I'm just really tired and I'm missing it. I don't know. Let me see. Oh, why did I do that? Okay, wait a minute. Let's go over here. Court TV is still live with it too, so they haven't gotten any notification that they're gone home for the night because they're still live too. No updates over here yet. Yeah, Court TV is still live with looking at the same thing we are. Court is in recess. Let me click on that and see what people are saying. See if Court TV has said anything in their chat. Close poll. Let's see. No, they haven't said anything on their live either. And they're still live and they've got the same thing up as we do. Court is in recess. So the change of venue hearing that was supposed to happen in August in the Brian Kohlberger trial, it's been moved from June 27th to August 29th for the change of venue hearing. So there's some information. Yeah, everybody has still got the same thing up that we do, and they're still live. And it says court in recess. Everybody that I can see that's covering this. Huh. Okay, let's get out of there. Let's go back over here. Refresh. See if this reporter's saying anything more. Nothing. Nothing. It's been 15 minutes since we heard anything. It's now past 8:30. So the first night of deliberations in the original, the first part of the trial, at this time, they rested for the night. So it's like 6:35 in Idaho right now, and they had rested. So I don't think we're gonna get anything tonight, you guys. I really don't. Yes, it's been, I'm thankful that you guys are still all here. I've been here 10 hours, you guys, and my stream will cut off. Because there's only so many hours you can stream before they cut your stream. I'm thankful for your company here. It's been an intense day, and then we are all left hanging and waiting with bated breath. Absolutely. That sounds good. Too bad I don't drink anymore, because that sounds good. Candy apple whiskey. Summer, you're jinxing me. Because I'm about ready to call it a night, you guys. Like, I'm so tired. Christine Isabel says, this has been a great group in chat today. Yes, this is how we are here, you guys. Like, it's so easygoing and kind and gentle and nice. And there's no, we very rarely will get trolls. And when we do, the mods are on them, believe me. And everybody's entitled to their opinion here. Just do it respectfully. That's all I ask. I don't attack anybody. Don't attack the victims. That's all I ask. Like we are. We're like a big family. Thank you. Bad Monkey Videos. We're all family here. Yep. And especially with Juror 11 in the house and any trolls come in, they're zapped. They'll probably have it. I don't know. They've probably already had dinner at the courthouse. I think they have dinner around 5 and it's 6:30 there. Okay, let's refresh one more time here. If they order anything to their rooms are all basically together, like probably across the hall. They probably have one section of floor. And what happens if they order anything to their room? It would get to the guard that's at the end of the hallway. That guard would then go and put it outside of their door, knock on their door, and he would leave because they're not even allowed to talk to the sheriffs unless there's an emergency or something like that. So anything they order would be like, I'm sure that they have like a whole section, like a hallway, and they have a guard at each end and they watch, make sure people aren't coming in and out of their rooms and stuff like that. And if anything's delivered, then it goes to the guards. The sheriffs bring it to outside their door. They place it on the floor, knock on their door, and then they leave right away. So they don't have any interaction with the sheriffs either. That's how it works here anyway. So I don't know. Don't even listen to me. I'm delusional right now. I'm so tired. So yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up, you guys. I don't think they're going to have a verdict tonight. That would suck because no TV, no phone. Yeah, they have TV. They have TV. They just can't watch any part of the trial. They have a phone. They can talk to their spouses, their family, whatever. They just can't talk about the trial. So I don't know if their phone calls are monitored. I don't know. But they can watch TV and everything as long as they don't watch anything to do with this trial. Okay, I'm going to refresh it one more time, you guys, and then we're going to wrap it up if there's nothing. Because that's what I think it was. I think that they cleared that end of the hallway near the courtroom because they were bringing the jurors out to take them to the motel for the night. That's what I think. Nothing in the last 20 minutes. So we're going to wrap it up, you guys. Looks like we'll be back here tomorrow. So the mini reads and everything will be put off until Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. And I guess I will see you guys all back here tomorrow morning, which means guess what? I can't go for a ride in my brand new vehicle again. I jumped in it yesterday. I jumped in it yesterday because I went and quickly not ran, but drove real quick to the dealership, traded out my old car for my new car, drove it home and parked it in the driveway, and it hasn't moved since because I've been online. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for the ones who did their super chats. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate it. It keeps me going because I'm sitting here like, look at the timer, 10 hours and 26 minutes. I've been here. And I was here an hour before that, setting up and getting ready. So the super chat, super stickers, PayPals, everything. I'll check PayPal tomorrow to see if there's anything there. I will thank you tomorrow because I'm just too tired tonight. But thank you because it keeps me going here and it helps for me to be able to continue to bring this to you guys. So thank you so much for the ones who did super chat and contribute. And thank you everybody for being here because that contributes too. You guys being here and watching and sharing your opinions and commenting, liking the video, it all helps. It all helps. So I want to thank you guys so, so much for being here, putting up with me for the whole 10 hours we've been here. And you get to put up with me again tomorrow for a little while because I will be back here. They start at 8:30 in the morning. So I will be back here again, 10:15 tomorrow morning. I will see you all then. Thank you. Thank you so much, mods, for keeping everything on track. I love you guys. So I'm going to close it out like I always do. Please take care of yourselves. Please stay safe. Always be aware of your surroundings. I love you guys to the moon and back. Good night, y'all.